Welcome to History Sleepers, your sanctuary for historical tales designed to ease you into peaceful slumber. Tonight, we journey through fascinating chapters of our past, each told with a gentle rhythm that has helped millions drift into dreams. Like this video, subscribe to our channel, and let us know where you're watching from and what time it is. Now, settle in as we begin our historical lullaby of remarkable stories across the ages. The Forgotten Emperor, the rise of a common man. The story of Justinian begins not in the gleaming marble halls of Constantinople, but in the humble dust of a peasant village in Macedonia. In the late 5th century, while the Western Roman Empire lay in ruins, the eastern half still flourished under the name most historians now call the Byzantine Empire. In a small settlement called Teresium, near modern-day Skopje, a child named Petrus Sabatius was born around 482 CE to a family of modest means. His parents were likely Illyrian or Thracian farmers, living simple lives far from the centers of power and intrigue. The boy who would one day rule the greatest empire of his age grew up learning the rhythms of rural life, the seasons of planting and harvest, the care of animals, the hardships of surviving in a frontier province. His native tongue was not the refined Greek of the imperial court, but a rustic Latin dialect common to the Balkan countryside. Little in his early childhood would have suggested the heights to which he would eventually ascend, though local folklore would later claim that signs and portents surrounded his birth, as is common in tales of those destined for greatness. Young Petrus might have lived and died in obscurity, following the path of his farmer father, had it not been for a fateful connection. His uncle, Justin, had years earlier left their village to seek his fortune, and had, through military service, risen through the ranks of the imperial guard in Constantinople. Justin, though illiterate himself, had become a successful officer through bravery and loyalty. When Petrus reached adolescence, perhaps around the year 496, his uncle summoned him to the capital, offering the opportunity that would change the course of history. The journey from rural Macedonia to Constantinople was more than a physical passage. It represented a crossing between worlds. As the young man traveled the ancient Roman roads eastward, he left behind the provincial simplicity of his childhood and approached the most sophisticated city in Christendom. Constantinople in the late 5th century was a wonder to behold, a metropolis of perhaps 500,000 souls, protected by impregnable walls, adorned with monuments and churches, and pulsing with the commercial lifeblood of an empire that spanned 3 continents. Upon his arrival in the imperial capital, Petrus was overwhelmed by the grandeur before him. The towering walls that had repelled countless barbarian assaults, the great forums filled with ancient statues, the hippodrome where the population gathered for chariot races, and most impressively, the vast dome churches that proclaimed the empire's Christian faith. His uncle Justin, now a commander in the Excubators, an elite imperial guard unit, welcomed his nephew and arranged for his formal education, a privilege that Justin himself had never enjoyed. The young man from Macedonia proved to be exceptionally intelligent and disciplined. He immersed himself in studies of law, history, theology, and statecraft. He mastered Greek, the language of administration and high culture. He adopted a new, more distinguished name, Justinian, perhaps in honor of his benefactor uncle. Within the confines of the imperial schoolrooms, Justinian absorbed not just knowledge, but ambition, developing a vision of empire that reached back to the glories of Rome's past and forward to a reunified Mediterranean world under Christian rule. Justinian's education extended beyond formal instruction. Living in his uncle's household within the imperial precinct, he observed the complex machinery of governance firsthand. He learned the intricacies of court protocol, the importance of patronage and faction, and the delicate balance of power between emperor, church, and aristocracy. As his uncle continued to rise in imperial service, Justinian gained increasing access to influential circles, carefully building his own network of supporters and mentors among the educated elite of Constantinople. While Justinian was establishing himself in the intellectual and administrative spheres of imperial life, he maintained a connection to military affairs through his uncle's position. Though not primarily a soldier himself, he developed an understanding of the empire's strategic challenges: the Persian threat in the east, the Bulgar and Slavic pressures in the Balkans, and, most tantalizing, the lost western provinces now governed by Germanic kingdoms. These early exposures would later inform his ambitious foreign policy when the reins of power came into his hands. Around the year 520, as Justinian approached his late 30s, a woman entered his life who would prove to be his most important ally and partner. Theodora was unlike any woman Justinian had encountered in the rarefied atmosphere of the imperial court. Her background was scandalous by the standards of the day. The daughter of a bearkeeper from the Hippodrome, she had worked as an actress and possible courtesan before reinventing herself as a wool spinner in Alexandria, where she converted to the Monophysite branch of Christianity. Theodora had returned to Constantinople with the protection of powerful Monophysite church figures when she crossed paths with Justinian. Despite the vast gulf in their social positions and the whispers that followed her, Justinian was captivated by her intelligence, determination, and striking beauty. In Theodora, he recognized not just a desirable woman, but a potential partner with political instincts as sharp as his own, and a first-hand understanding of the empire's common people that his privileged education could never provide. Their relationship scandalized conservative elements at court. An affair between a high official of senatorial rank and a former actress violated social norms and even legal prohibitions. Justinian, however, was determined to marry Theodora. His uncle Justin, who had by now risen to become commander of the imperial guard, used his influence to help. First, Justinian secured an adjustment to the law that prohibited marriages between senators and actresses. Then, around 523, he and Theodora were wed in a ceremony that formally united this unlikely pair. Events soon accelerated Justinian's rise. In 518, Emperor Anastasius died without a direct heir. In the ensuing power vacuum, Justin, with the support of his excubitors, and likely with Justinian's behind-the-scenes coordination, was acclaimed emperor by the military. The illiterate Justin, already an elderly man of about 70, relied heavily on his educated nephew for the actual business of governing. Justinian effectively served as the power behind the throne, drafting legislation, conducting diplomacy, and managing the vast imperial bureaucracy. During Justin's reign from 518 to 527, Justinian effectively apprenticed in imperial governance. He was officially named co-consul in 541, an important position in the Roman tradition that signaled his status as heir apparent. As Justin's health declined, Justinian's authority grew. He was named Caesar in 525 and became co-emperor in 527, just months before Justin's death. On August 1st, 527, following his uncle's passing, Justinian and Theodora were crowned as Augustus and Augusta of the Roman Empire in the magnificent Cathedral of Hagia Sophia. Justinian ascended the throne at age 45, unusually old for accession by imperial standards, but bringing with him decades of administrative experience and carefully developed plans. His goals were ambitious beyond anything seen in generations. The reconquest of the Western Empire, a comprehensive reform of Roman law, a massive building program, and the resolution of the theological disputes that divided Christianity. With Theodora at his side, he envisioned nothing less than a restoration of Roman glory under Christian auspices. The new emperor quickly consolidated his position by appointing capable men from relatively humble backgrounds to key positions, bypassing the traditional aristocracy. John of Cappadocia, a brilliant if ruthless administrator, became Praetorian prefect, responsible for finances and civil administration. Tribonian, a legal scholar of exceptional ability, was put in charge of the Legal Reform Commission. And most importantly for his military ambitions, Belisarius, a young officer of proven talent, rose rapidly to become Justinian's principal general. These early appointments revealed Justinian's guiding principle in governance: merit over birth, competence over connection. Though himself now wrapped in the purple trappings of imperial power, he remembered his provincial origins and distrusted the old senatorial families of Constantinople. He preferred to elevate men who, like himself, would owe their position entirely to imperial favor rather than to aristocratic networks. This approach won him loyal servants, but also the enmity of traditional elites who saw their privileges threatened. The first years of Justinian's reign were marked by frenetic activity on multiple fronts. He launched a comprehensive review of imperial finances, seeking to eliminate corruption and increase revenues. He commissioned Tribonian to begin the monumental task of codifying Roman law into what would become the Corpus Juris Civilis. He initiated ambitious construction projects throughout Constantinople, and he began diplomatic maneuvers to isolate the Vandal kingdom in North Africa, the first target of his planned reconquest. Theodora proved invaluable in these early years, particularly in matters of religious policy. While Justinian was firmly orthodox in his theology, supporting the decisions of the Council of Chalcedon, Theodora maintained connections with the monophysite communities who rejected that council. This allowed the imperial couple to play a sophisticated game, with Justinian enforcing orthodoxy officially, while Theodora protected dissidents unofficially, preventing the empire's eastern provinces from slipping into open religious rebellion. In 529, just 2 years into his reign, Justinian faced his first serious challenge from within. Rumors of extravagant spending on foreign wars and building projects, combined with resentment over tax collection and religious tensions, created a volatile atmosphere in Constantinople. During a chariot race at the Hippodrome, the traditional sporting factions known as the Blues and Greens, usually bitter rivals, united in protest against imperial officials. What began as a sporting disturbance quickly escalated into open insurrection. For 5 days, chaos reigned in the streets of Constantinople as the rioters burned public buildings and proclaimed a rival emperor. Justinian, taken by surprise by the ferocity of the uprising, considered fleeing the city. It was at this critical moment that Theodora demonstrated her extraordinary courage and resolve. According to the historian Procopius, she declared that she would never flee, stating that purple makes a fine burial shroud, preferring to die as empress than to live as a fugitive. The eternal city reclaimed. In the early morning hours of January 13th, 532, Constantinople trembled with the roar of an angry mob. What had begun as a dispute between the blue and green factions at the Hippodrome had erupted into a full-scale rebellion against Emperor Justinian. The rioters, no longer divided by their traditional rivalries, united under the chant of Nika, victory, as they set fire to public buildings and stormed through the streets. By the 5th day, nearly half the city lay in smoldering ruins. The emperor contemplated fleeing his own capital. The imperial court gathered in the palace to debate their options. Justinian's generals urged retreat. They could escape by sea, regroup in the eastern provinces, and return with a larger army. The empire seemed to be slipping through Justinian's fingers before his grand vision had even begun. It was in this moment of crisis that Empress Theodora, the former actress and daughter of a bear keeper who had risen to become the most powerful woman in the empire, stood to address the trembling council. Though no direct transcript of her words survives, the historian Procopius recorded the essence of her declaration. "Death would be my choice," she proclaimed, "rather than to live in exile, deprived of the purple robe I have worn since birth. Those who have worn a crown should never survive its loss. If you wish to save yourself, Emperor, there is nothing to prevent it. We have ample funds. The sea is there, and there are our ships. Yet reflect whether, when you have escaped, you will not desire to exchange that safety for death. As for me, I stand by the ancient saying, the royal purple is the noblest shroud." Her courage stiffened Justinian's resolve. Instead of fleeing, he sent his trusted generals Belisarius and Mundus to the Hippodrome with a small force of loyal Germanic Heruli troops. There they found the crowd of 30,000 people celebrating the coronation of their chosen usurper, Hypatius. The soldiers sealed the exits and fell upon the trapped crowd with swords drawn. By nightfall, an estimated 30,000 rebels lay dead, and the Nika riots had been crushed through decisive and merciless action. Justinian's throne was secure, though his capital lay in ruins. From this catastrophe emerged opportunity. Constantinople would be rebuilt grander than before, and Justinian could now implement his vision without opposition from the nobility who had perished in the riots. The emperor turned his gaze toward the fallen western provinces of Rome. For nearly 60 years, the western half of the Roman Empire had been ruled by Germanic kingdoms. Italy itself, the heartland of the old empire, had been under Ostrogothic control since Odoacer deposed the last Western emperor in 476. Justinian believed it was his divine mission to reclaim these lands. In 533, Justinian dispatched his brilliant general Belisarius with a modest force of about 15,000 men to North Africa. The Vandal kingdom there had grown weak through decades of luxury and infighting. Belisarius moved with astonishing speed, defeating the Vandal king Gelimer at the Battle of Ad Decimum and then again at Tricamarum. Within a year, the entire Vandal kingdom had fallen, and the wealthy province of Africa was restored to imperial rule after nearly a century of barbarian control. The victory exceeded even Justinian's expectations. The emperor awarded Belisarius a triumph in Constantinople, the first such ceremony in over 3 centuries. The general paraded through the streets with the captured Vandal king and the sacred treasures of Jerusalem that had been looted from Rome almost a century before. These included the menorah and other sacred objects from the temple taken by Titus in 70 CE and subsequently carried to Carthage by the Vandals. Their return to imperial possession seemed a divine affirmation of Justinian's mission. Yet the emperor, ever wary of potential rivals, soon dispatched Belisarius to his next conquest. In 535, with minimal time to rest and reorganize, Belisarius landed in Sicily with an even smaller force to begin the reconquest of Italy from the Ostrogoths. The Gothic king Theodahad had created a political crisis by imprisoning and then executing the Gothic queen Amalasuntha, who had been under Justinian's protection. This provided the perfect pretext for intervention. Sicily fell with barely a fight, and by 536, Belisarius had taken Naples and entered Rome itself to the cheers of its citizens who still considered themselves Romans despite generations of Gothic rule. The Ostrogoths, however, proved a more formidable enemy than the Vandals. Their new king, Vitiges, laid siege to Rome in 537 with an army of 150,000 men against Belisarius' force of barely 5,000. For over a year, the city endured a brutal blockade. Food ran scarce and disease spread, yet Belisarius refused to surrender. His strategic genius and the loyalty of his troops allowed them to conduct daring raids and counterattacks. Eventually, the Goths lifted the siege, their army decimated by starvation and disease just as badly as the defenders. While his armies fought to reclaim the West, Justinian undertook the greatest building project of his reign, the reconstruction of the Hagia Sophia. The previous church had burned during the Nika riots, and the emperor was determined that its replacement would surpass all other buildings in the world. He appointed the mathematicians Anthemius of Tralles and Isidore of Miletus as architects, choosing theoretical scholars rather than traditional builders. Their revolutionary design featured a massive central dome 108 feet in diameter, rising 180 feet above the floor, seemingly floating on a ring of 40 windows. When the great church was completed, in 537, Justinian entered in procession and reportedly exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed thee." The building's interior was clad in precious marbles from across the empire, creating a symphony of color that complemented the gold mosaics overhead. Light poured through the windows around the dome's base, creating what contemporaries described as a mystical effect, as if the dome were suspended from heaven by a golden chain. The Hagia Sophia would remain the largest cathedral in the world for nearly 1,000 years. The war in Italy, meanwhile, dragged on. By 540, Belisarius had captured Ravenna, the Ostrogothic capital, and taken King Witiges as a prisoner. The entire peninsula seemed secured. Justinian, however, fearing his general's growing prestige, recalled Belisarius to Constantinople and refused him the full honors of a conqueror. This premature withdrawal proved disastrous. Under a new leader, Totila, the Goths soon regrouped and recaptured much of Italy, including Rome itself, in 546. The city, once the center of a mighty empire, had been reduced to a near-deserted ruin, its population having dropped from over 1 million in its heyday to barely 30,000. As Justinian's armies struggled in Italy, a new and invisible enemy struck the empire. In 541, ships from Egypt brought with them the bubonic plague, which ravaged Constantinople before spreading throughout the Mediterranean world. At its peak, the plague of Justinian was claiming 10,000 lives daily in the capital alone. Bodies piled up faster than they could be buried. The emperor himself contracted the disease but survived, one of the fortunate few. By the time the pandemic subsided, perhaps a third of the empire's population had perished, devastating the tax base and depleting the army's manpower. Despite this calamity, Justinian refused to abandon his reconquest. He sent Belisarius back to Italy in 544, but with inadequate resources. The general performed admirably given his constraints, recapturing Rome in 547, but could not decisively defeat the Goths. When he was again recalled in 549, the situation quickly deteriorated once more. Finally, in 552, Justinian entrusted the Italian campaign to the eunuch general Narses, providing him with the substantial army that Belisarius had always been denied. Narses decisively defeated the Goths at Taginae, where King Totila was killed, and again at Mons Lactarius. By 554, the 20-year Gothic War had ended with imperial victory, but at a tremendous cost. Italy lay devastated, its population decimated, its infrastructure ruined. The great aqueducts that had supplied Rome's fountains for centuries were cut, never to be fully restored. Ancient monuments stood damaged or plundered for building materials. Fields lay untended, and the economy had collapsed. Justinian issued his pragmatic sanction to restore Roman administration, but rebuilding would require generations, and even as Italy was secured, new threats emerged elsewhere. In Spain, taking advantage of a civil war among the Visigoths, Justinian's forces occupied the southeastern coastline around Cartagena. For a brief moment, around 555, the Mediterranean had once again become a Roman lake, with imperial control extending from the Strait of Gibraltar to the Euphrates River. It seemed Justinian's dream of restoration was being realized. Yet these conquests stretched the empire's resources to the breaking point. On the eastern frontier, the powerful Sassanid Persian Empire under Khosrow Fund repeatedly violated peace treaties, forcing costly wars that drained the treasury. The strain told on the aging emperor. Justinian had always been a tireless worker, often sleeping only a few hours a night while poring over state documents and theological treatises. But after the plague and decades of warfare, his energy began to wane. His lifelong partnership with Theodora had ended with her death from cancer in 548, leaving him personally bereft. Court historians noted that he was never quite the same afterward, becoming more withdrawn and indecisive. Yet his most lasting achievement was still taking shape during these difficult later years. Between 529 and 534, Justinian had commissioned an enormous legal project, the codification of Roman law. Under the direction of the jurist Tribonian, teams of legal scholars compiled and organized centuries of legal decisions, imperial edicts, and jurisprudential writings. The result was the Corpus Juris Civilis, consisting of the Code, a compilation of imperial legislation, the Digest, a collection of writings from classical jurists, the Institutes, a legal textbook, and the Novels, new laws issued during Justinian's reign. This monumental work would become the foundation of legal systems throughout medieval and modern Europe. In his final years, the emperor became increasingly focused on religious matters. Always considering himself Christ's viceroy on earth, Justinian spent endless hours in theological debates and composed hymns that are still used in Orthodox liturgy. His efforts to reconcile the various Christian factions, particularly the Chalcedonian and Monophysite branches, ultimately failed despite numerous theological compromises. The religious divisions that had begun before his reign would persist long after, eventually contributing to the loss of Egypt and Syria to Arab conquest in the following century. On November 14, 565, Justinian died at the age of 83, having ruled for 38 years. As his body was carried to the Church of the Holy Apostles for burial beside Theodora, citizens lined the streets in solemn respect. The empire he left behind was vastly different from the one he had inherited. Greatly expanded in territory, but financially exhausted and militarily overextended, it faced mounting challenges that his successor, Justin II, was ill-equipped to handle. Within a few years of his death, the Lombards invaded Italy, permanently seizing much of the territory Justinian had fought so hard to reclaim. Was Justinian's grand vision a success or failure? In pure territorial terms, his reconquest was impressive but fleeting. The reclaimed western provinces remained under imperial control for less than a generation in Spain, 2 centuries in Africa, and barely 15 years in much of Italy. The human and financial costs had been staggering, weakening the empire's ability to face the greater challenges of the 7th century. Persian invasions, and later, the explosive expansion of Islam. Yet Justinian's legacy extended far beyond temporary military conquests. The Hagia Sophia stood as the physical embodiment of Byzantine civilization for nearly a millennium, until Constantinople's fall to the Ottoman Turks in 1453, when it was converted to a mosque. The Corpus Juris Civilis, though temporarily lost to Western Europe, was rediscovered in the 11th century and became the foundation of continental European legal systems. Justinian's extensive building program left architectural masterpieces that influenced styles from Ravenna to Jerusalem. Most importantly, his reign defined the Byzantine identity, neither purely Roman nor purely Greek, but a distinctive Christian, imperial civilization. History remembers Justinian as the last emperor who truly ruled the Roman Empire, not merely the Greek-speaking eastern half, but a Mediterranean-wide state that could still claim continuity with Augustus and Constantine. His ambition to restore the ancient Roman world was ultimately anachronistic, trying to reassemble a political entity that economic and social changes had already rendered obsolete. Yet, in his determination to preserve Roman law, architecture, and imperial ideology within a Christian framework, he succeeded in transforming rather than merely restoring. The medieval Byzantine state that endured for another 1,000 years was his true creation. The Silk Road, the birth of the ancient highway. In the vast expanse of Eurasia, where mountains reach toward the heavens and deserts stretch beyond the horizon, there once emerged a network of routes so significant that they would forever alter the course of human civilization. The Silk Road, a name coined much later by the German geographer Ferdinand von Richthofen in 1877, was never a single road at all, but rather an intricate web of pathways that connected the East and West for over 2,000 years. The term Silk Road evokes images of camel caravans laden with precious goods, slowly making their way across forbidding landscapes. But this simplification barely captures the true magnitude of this ancient highway system. It was a living, breathing entity that spanned over 4,000 miles, cutting through diverse landscapes, from the densely populated cities of China to the remote mountain passes of Central Asia, from the fertile valleys of Persia to the bustling ports of the Mediterranean. The origins of the Silk Road can be traced back to the 2nd century BCE during China's Han Dynasty, though informal trade along similar routes had existed for centuries prior. Emperor Wu of Han, concerned with the threat posed by nomadic tribes along China's northern borders, particularly the Xiongnu Confederation, sought diplomatic and military alliances with distant peoples. It was in this context that the emperor dispatched his trusted diplomat, Zhang Qian, on what would become one of history's most consequential journeys. Zhang Qian set out in 138 BCE with 100 men, venturing into territories entirely unknown to the Chinese. His mission was primarily diplomatic, to seek an alliance with the Yuezhi people against the Xiongnu. The journey proved far more arduous than anyone could have anticipated. Shortly after departure, Zhang Qian was captured by the very Xiongnu he sought to outmaneuver. For 10 long years he remained there captive, marrying a Xiongnu woman and starting a family, yet never abandoning his loyalty to the Han Emperor. Eventually, Zhang Qian escaped with his wife and a few followers. Rather than returning to China in defeat, he pushed forward to complete his mission, finally reaching the Yuezhi, who had settled in Bactria, in present-day Afghanistan. Though unsuccessful in securing the military alliance Emperor Wu desired, Zhang Qian's return to China in 126 BCE with detailed accounts of previously unknown lands was treated as a triumph. He had been gone for 13 years and had traveled farther west than any Chinese official before him. What made Zhang Qian's expedition truly remarkable was the wealth of information he brought back. He reported on distant lands like Fergana, Sogdiana, and Bactria. He described powerful kingdoms, strange customs, and opportunities for trade. Perhaps most importantly, he discovered that goods from China, particularly silk, were already reaching these western regions through indirect routes, often passing through multiple intermediaries, each adding substantial markups to the final price. Emperor Wu, recognizing the potential for direct trade, immediately began organizing expeditions to establish formal relations with these newly discovered lands. The emperor was particularly interested in obtaining the heavenly horses of Fergana, larger and stronger than Chinese horses, which could provide military advantage against the Xiongnu. This desire for superior horses became one of the early driving forces behind Chinese expansion westward along what would become the Silk Road. In the following decades, the Han Dynasty established a series of military garrisons and watchtowers along the Hexi Corridor, a narrow strip of fertile land that ran between the Tibetan Plateau and the Gobi Desert. This corridor served as China's gateway to Central Asia, and by securing it, the Han established the eastern sections of the Silk Road. Commanderies were established as far west as the Tarim Basin, bringing previously nomadic regions under Chinese influence and protection. The geography that shaped the Silk Road presented formidable challenges to travelers. From China's central plains, merchants had to navigate the Gansu Corridor, passing the harsh Taklamakan Desert, whose name locally translates to place of no return. Those who survived its extreme temperatures and scarce water sources would then face the towering Pamir Mountains, with passes reaching over 15,000 feet in elevation, often snowbound and oxygen-deprived. The Silk Road was not merely a commercial enterprise, but a necessity born of geography. Routes naturally formed around oasis towns that provided the essential water and rest for both travelers and animals. Cities like Dunhuang, Turpan, Samarkand, and Bukhara grew from simple watering stops into cosmopolitan centers of trade and culture, their very existence dependent on the commerce flowing between east and west. These urban centers became multicultural hubs where Chinese, Sogdians, Persians, Indians, and eventually Arabs and Europeans intermingled. Daily life for merchants along the Silk Road was filled with constant negotiation, not just for goods, but for survival itself. Few traders traversed the entire route from China to Europe. Instead, goods passed through intermediaries, with merchants typically traveling between adjacent trading centers. A bolt of silk might change hands a dozen times before reaching its final destination. This segmented journey meant that prices increased dramatically the further goods traveled from their origin point. The physical challenges of the journey were immense. Caravans traveled no more than 25 miles per day, the distance a laden camel could manage before requiring rest. Merchants rose before dawn to pack their goods and animals, hoping to cover significant ground before the midday heat became unbearable. Each night stop required securing food, water, and safe shelter. Caravanserais, fortified inns specifically designed for merchants, developed along the main routes, offering standardized services including secure storage, fresh animals, basic meals, and protection. These caravanserais were more than just inns. They were vital social institutions. Inside their walls, travelers shared information about road conditions, political changes, and market opportunities. They were also spaces where stories, ideas, and cultural practices were exchanged alongside goods. Many caravanserais included prayer rooms that accommodated multiple faiths, reflecting the diverse beliefs of travelers passing through. Some included postal services, allowing merchants to send messages ahead or back home. No traveler embarked on the Silk Road journey unprepared for danger. Bandits were a constant threat, particularly in mountain passes or desert stretches where caravans were vulnerable and local authorities had limited reach. Natural hazards claimed countless lives. Sandstorms could bury entire caravans. Winter storms in the high mountains froze travelers where they stood, and even experienced guides occasionally lost their way in the shifting desert landscapes. Disease was another silent traveler along the Silk Road. The close quarters of caravanserais and marketplaces created perfect conditions for the spread of illnesses. Indeed, the devastating Justinian plague of the 6th century CE and later the Black Death are believed to have spread partially along Silk Road networks. The merchants' practice of carrying spices had dual purposes, not just as valuable trade goods, but also as primitive medication and preservatives against illness and food spoilage during long journeys. The silk that gave the road its modern name was perhaps the most coveted commodity traveling westward. For centuries, the Chinese closely guarded the secret of silk production, making it one of the ancient world's most mysterious luxury goods. Lightweight yet warm, incredibly strong yet soft to the touch, silk represented the height of refinement and status. Weight for weight, silk was often more valuable than gold, and its production techniques were considered state secrets, with smuggling silkworms out of China punishable by death. While silk traveled west, countless goods moved eastward. Glassware from Syria, gold and silver from Persia, ivory from India, and horses from the Central Asian steppes all found their way to China's imperial courts. Roman coins have been discovered in Chinese tombs, while Chinese ceramics appear in sites throughout the Middle East. Aromatics were particularly prized. Frankincense, myrrh, and various spices commanded extraordinary prices and were transported in specially sealed containers to preserve their potent scents and flavors. Beyond material goods, the Silk Road's most profound impact may have been as a conduit for ideas. Technology spread in both directions. Paper, invented in China around the 1st century BCE, gradually made its way westward, revolutionizing record-keeping and knowledge preservation throughout Eurasia. Metallurgical techniques, astronomical knowledge, and mathematical concepts flowed along the same routes as merchants and their wares, enriching civilizations at both ends of the network and all points between. No idea traveled the Silk Road with more profound consequences than Buddhism. Originating in India in the 5th century BCE, Buddhism found its way to China via Silk Road merchants and missionaries. By the 1st century CE, Buddhist concepts were beginning to filter into Chinese thought, and by the 4th century, Buddhism had become a major religious force in China. The spread was facilitated by merchants who provided financial support to Buddhist monasteries, which in turn offered safe haven and spiritual services to travelers. The caves at Dunhuang, particularly the Mogao grottos, stand as testament to Buddhism's journey along the Silk Road. Beginning in the 4th century CE, these caves were carved into the cliffs, eventually numbering over 700 individual grottos decorated with religious paintings and sculptures. They served as temples, meditation spaces, and repositories for religious texts. Located at the eastern edge of the Taklamakan Desert, Dunhuang was a crucial oasis where travelers prepared for or recovered from the desert crossing. One of the most remarkable discoveries at Dunhuang came in 1900 when a hidden library cave was uncovered containing over 50,000 manuscripts dating from the 5th to 11th centuries. These documents were written in Chinese, Tibetan, Sanskrit, Sogdian, and other languages, demonstrating the multicultural character of the Silk Road. The texts included Buddhist sutras, but also administrative documents, personal letters, mathematical treatises, and folk stories, providing an unprecedented window into Silk Road life. The Silk Road facilitated not just the spread of Buddhism, but created conditions for remarkable religious plurality. Zoroastrianism from Persia, Nestorian Christianity from Syria, Manichaeism from Mesopotamia, and later Islam all traveled along the same routes. In oasis cities like Samarkand or Chang'an, modern Xi'an, temples, churches, synagogues, and eventually mosques could be found within walking distance of each other. This religious diversity fostered a cosmopolitan atmosphere where theological ideas were debated and syncretism flourished. The key outposts that made Silk Road travel possible each had distinct characters and advantages. Kashgar, at the western edge of the Tarim Basin, served as the gateway between China and Central Asia, with its famous Sunday market continuing to this day. Samarkand, located in modern Uzbekistan, was renowned for its central location and became one of the world's richest cities during the medieval period. Merv, in today's Turkmenistan, was once the world's largest city and a major scholarly center along the road's middle stretches. Bukhara emerged as a center of Islamic learning after the Arab conquests of the 7th century, its madrasas attracting students from across the Muslim world. The Byzantine capital of Constantinople, modern Istanbul, served as the western terminus for many Silk Road goods, which were then distributed throughout the Mediterranean world. These cities developed sophisticated financial systems to handle the complex transactions required by international trade, including early forms of credit, banking, and insurance. The languages of the Silk Road reflected its multicultural character. Sogdian, an Iranian language spoken by merchants from Samarkand and surrounding regions, became the lingua franca of the Silk Road from the 4th to the 9th century CE. Travelers might need to know multiple languages or rely on a chain of translators to conduct business across the entire route. Written records show merchants often included phonetic guides for important phrases and numbers in various languages to facilitate basic trade conversations. The Silk Road reached its first golden age during the Tang dynasty in China, 618 907 CE, and the simultaneous rise of the Abbasid Caliphate in the Middle East, 750 1258 CE. Both empires valued international trade and maintained relative political stability across vast territories. Chang'an, the Tang capital, grew into the world's largest city with over 1 million residents, including significant communities of Sogdians, Persians, Arabs, Indians, and Koreans. Its cosmopolitan atmosphere would not be matched in China until the modern era. The birth of the ancient highway that would become known as the Silk Road represents one of humanity's greatest achievements, not as a planned infrastructure project, but as an organic development driven by curiosity, necessity, and the indomitable human spirit of exploration. What began with Zhang Qian's dangerous diplomatic mission blossomed into a network that would connect disparate civilizations and transform the world in ways that continue to reverberate through history, setting the stage for the truly golden age of exchange that was yet to come. Golden Age of Exchange. Across the vast Eurasian landmass, as the 7th century dawned, a remarkable era began to unfold for the ancient network of routes collectively known as the Silk Road. The rise of the Tang dynasty in China in 618 CE marked the beginning of what many historians consider the Golden Age of the Silk Road. Under Emperor Taizong and his successors, China entered an unprecedented period of prosperity, cultural brilliance, and openness to foreign influence. The capital city of Chang'an, modern-day Xi'an, swelled to become the largest city in the world, home to over 1 million people from across Asia. The Tang emperors established a policy of relative religious tolerance, allowing Buddhism, Nestorian Christianity, Zoroastrianism, Manichaeism, and even Islam to flourish within their territories. This cosmopolitan atmosphere created ideal conditions for trade. The imperial court actively encouraged foreign merchants, establishing official government institutions to regulate commerce and ensure the safety of travelers. Special commissioners were appointed to oversee foreign trade at key border points, while imperial armies maintained security along the main routes, pushing back against nomadic raiders who had long preyed upon merchant caravans. Chang'an itself transformed into the eastern terminus of the Silk Road network, a glittering metropolis where merchants from Persia, Sogdia, India, and beyond established permanent communities. The Western market and Eastern market became bustling centers of international trade, where exotic goods from the farthest reaches of the known world could be purchased. Sogdian merchants, originating from what is now Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, emerged as particularly prominent middlemen, their language becoming a lingua franca of trade across Central Asia. The imperial Tang postal system, with its network of relay stations positioned approximately every 30 kilometers along major routes, facilitated not just official communication, but also commercial activity. These stations provided fresh horses, accommodation, and protection for both official couriers and registered merchants. Chinese records indicate that by the 8th century, over 1,600 postal stations operated across the empire, creating an infrastructure that dramatically reduced the risks of long-distance travel and trade. Across the western end of the Silk Road, the rise of the Islamic Caliphate following the death of Muhammad in 632 CE gradually led to the unification of territories from Spain to the borders of India, under a single political authority. While the initial Arab conquests disrupted trade temporarily, the established Umayyad and later Abbasid caliphates placed tremendous value on commerce. The Abbasid capital of Baghdad, founded in 762, quickly grew into a commercial and intellectual center to rival Chang'an, with caravanserais and markets catering to merchants from every direction. Between these two great empires lay the challenging terrain of Central Asia, where smaller kingdoms and city-states profited enormously from their strategic positions along the trade routes. Samarkand, Bukhara, Merv, and Balkh evolved into wealthy commercial hubs where goods were exchanged, repackaged, and sent onward. Local rulers understood that their prosperity depended entirely on maintaining the flow of trade, so they invested heavily in infrastructure, bridges, roads, irrigation systems, and caravanserais that made travel more predictable and comfortable. During this golden age, certain individuals emerged whose journeys and accounts have provided invaluable windows into the operation of the Silk Road. Perhaps none is more famous than the Venetian merchant Marco Polo, who traveled to China in the later period of the Silk Road's prominence during the 13th century. His journey took 3.5 years, beginning in 1271 when he departed Venice with his father and uncle. Their route took them through Armenia, Persia, Afghanistan, and across the formidable Pamir Mountains before traversing the Taklamakan Desert to reach Kublai Khan's court. Marco Polo spent approximately 17 years in China, serving in various administrative capacities for the Mongol emperor. Upon returning to Venice, his dictated account, The Travels of Marco Polo, introduced Europeans to the wonders of the East, describing cities, customs, technologies, and riches that seemed almost fantastical to his contemporaries. While scholars continued to debate the accuracy of some of his claims, his descriptions of paper money, coal burning, efficient postal systems, and the vastness of Chinese cities accurately captured many innovations unknown to medieval Europe. Less well known to Western audiences, but equally significant, was the journey of Ibn Battuta, a Moroccan scholar who began his travels in 1325. Over a 29-year period, he traversed approximately 75,000 miles, visiting territories corresponding to some 44 modern countries. His journey along portions of the Silk Road took him through Central Asia to India, Southeast Asia, and eventually China. His account, the Rihla journey, provides detailed observations of social customs, political systems, and economic activities across the Islamic world and beyond. Perhaps the most dedicated and focused traveler of the Silk Road was the Chinese Buddhist monk Xuanzang, who embarked on a 16-year journey to India in 629 CE. Defying an imperial ban on foreign travel, Xuanzang was driven by a desire to obtain authentic Buddhist scriptures from India. His journey took him through the Tarim Basin, across the Tian Shan Mountains, through the territories of various Turkish Khans, and into Afghanistan before reaching his destination. Upon his return to China, he was welcomed as a hero by Emperor Taizong, who provided resources for translating the 657 Sanskrit texts he had brought back. Xuanzang's detailed account, Great Tang Records on the Western Regions, offers precise geographical information, descriptions of Buddhist institutions, and observations on the politics and customs of Central Asian kingdoms. His journey occurred precisely during the early Tang dynasty, when the Silk Road entered its most prosperous phase, making his observations particularly valuable to historians. Beyond religious significance, his travels strengthened diplomatic connections between China and the kingdoms along his route, further facilitating trade relationships. The movement of people facilitated an unprecedented exchange of technologies, transforming societies at both ends of the Eurasian continent. Paper, originally invented in China around the 1st century BCE, reached Samarkand by the 8th century through the capture of Chinese papermakers following the Battle of Talas in 751 CE. From there, the technology spread to Baghdad by 793, Damascus by the early 9th century, and eventually to Europe via the Islamic territories in Spain, reaching Germany by the 14th century. This transfer revolutionized record-keeping, literature, and eventually enabled the European printing revolution. Similarly, gunpowder, first developed in China during the Tang dynasty as an accidental byproduct of alchemical experimentation, gradually made its way westward. By the 13th century, gunpowder weapons were being used in the Middle East, and by the 14th century, primitive firearms and cannons had reached Europe. The technology that the Chinese initially used primarily for fireworks and limited military applications was transformed by Europeans into increasingly sophisticated weapons that would eventually change warfare globally. The compass, another Chinese invention of the Han Dynasty, later refined during the Song period, traveled along the Silk Road to the Islamic world by the 12th century. Arab sailors and merchants quickly adopted this navigational tool, which subsequently reached Europe by the late 12th or early 13th century. The magnetic compass proved crucial for the later European age of exploration, ironically contributing to the eventual decline of the land-based Silk Road as maritime routes gained prominence. The transmission of silk production itself represents one of the most significant technological transfers along the route that bore its name. For centuries, China maintained a strict monopoly on silk manufacturing, with the export of silkworms or detailed knowledge of sericulture punishable by death. Nevertheless, by the 6th century CE, the Byzantine Empire had acquired silkworms and production techniques, reportedly by smuggling silkworm eggs hidden in hollow walking sticks carried by Nestorian Christian monks sent by Emperor Justinian I. Beyond tangible technologies, philosophical and religious ideas flowed freely along the trade arteries of Eurasia. Buddhism, originating in India, had already begun spreading into China during the Han Dynasty, but it was during the Tang period that it became thoroughly integrated into Chinese culture. Buddhist monasteries became important rest stops for travelers, while also serving as banks, translating centers, and repositories of knowledge. The rock-cut Buddhist complexes at sites like Dunhuang, Bamiyan, and Kizil stand as testament to the religion's spread along trade routes. Christianity reached China in its Nestorian form during the Tang dynasty, as evidenced by the famous Nestorian stele erected in Chang'an in 700 Siab. This monument, inscribed in both Chinese and Syriac, details the arrival of Nestorian missionaries in 635 and their reception by Emperor Taizong. Though never achieving the widespread adoption of Buddhism, Nestorian Christian communities established footholds in major trading cities across China, demonstrating how commercial networks facilitated religious diffusion. Manichaeism, a dualistic religion founded by the Persian prophet Mani in the 3rd century CE, spread both east and west from Persia along the Silk Road. It reached China during the Tang dynasty and briefly enjoyed official protection. Zoroastrianism similarly established communities in China, particularly among Persian merchant communities in major trading centers. These various religious traditions often existed side by side, creating a remarkable religious pluralism in the cosmopolitan trading cities of the Silk Road. The 13th century brought dramatic changes to the Eurasian continent with the rise of the Mongol Empire under Genghis Khan and his successors. What began as a destructive force, the Mongol conquests initially devastated countless cities and disrupted trade networks, eventually created the largest contiguous land empire in history. As the initial violence subsided, the Pax Mongolica, Mongol peace, established a period of relative stability across Eurasia, from the Pacific Ocean to Eastern Europe, all under a single political system. The Mongols, despite their reputation for violence, quickly recognized the value of trade and implemented policies to encourage commerce throughout their vast domains. They standardized weights, measures, and currencies, established an efficient horse relay postal system called the YAM, provided armed escorts for merchant caravans, and reduced or eliminated tariffs across internal Mongol boundaries. Merchants and travelers received special protection under Mongol law, with harsh penalties for those who harmed them or interfered with commerce. This unprecedented political unification of much of the Silk Road created conditions that allowed figures like Marco Polo to travel safely from Venice to China. The Mongols actively recruited foreign administrators, creating opportunities for unprecedented cultural exchange. Their religious tolerance, Mongol leaders were known to consult Buddhist, Muslim, Christian, and Taoist religious figures, reinforced an atmosphere conducive to multicultural interaction. Trade volume reached historic highs during this period, with luxury goods moving in greater quantities than ever before. Yet even as the Silk Road reached its zenith under Mongol rule, forces were already in motion that would eventually lead to its decline. The Black Death, which devastated Eurasia in the mid-14th century, likely spread along the very trade routes that had brought prosperity. Originating in China or Central Asia, the plague followed the Silk Road westward, reaching Crimea by 1346 and subsequently spreading throughout Europe. The pandemic killed an estimated one-third of Europe's population and caused similar devastation across parts of Asia, disrupting trade networks and creating a fear of long-distance travel. Political fragmentation followed the Mongol period as the empire split into four major khanates that gradually lost their unity. The rise of the Ming dynasty in China in 1368 brought a more isolationist policy compared to the cosmopolitan Yuan Mongol dynasty it replaced. Meanwhile, in Central Asia, the devastating campaigns of Tamerlane in the late 14th century destroyed many of the great trading cities that had served as crucial hubs of the Silk Road network, including Damascus, Baghdad, and Delhi. The final blow to the traditional Silk Road came with the age of exploration and the development of maritime trade routes connecting Europe directly with East Asia and the Spice Islands. The Portuguese rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1488, establishing direct sea contact with India shortly thereafter. By the early 16th century, Portuguese and later Dutch, English, and Spanish vessels were trading directly with China and Southeast Asia, bypassing the complex network of middlemen that had characterized the Silk Road for over a millennium. Maritime shipping offered decisive advantages: larger cargo capacity, fewer intermediaries, and freedom from the political instabilities and protection costs of the land routes. A ship could carry the equivalent of hundreds of camel loads, dramatically reducing transportation costs. The decline was gradual rather than sudden, with certain segments of the Silk Road remaining important for regional trade, even as the great long-distance luxury commerce shifted to the seas. By the 17th century, however, the Silk Road as a transcontinental trading system had largely faded into history. The legacy of this golden age of exchange extends far beyond the material goods that moved along the ancient routes. The cross-fertilization of ideas, technologies, religions, and artistic styles during this period shaped the development of civilizations across Eurasia in profound and lasting ways. The world as we know it today, its religious landscape, technological foundations, artistic traditions, and even culinary practices, bears the indelible imprint of the centuries when the Silk Road connected distant civilizations in a complex web of commercial and cultural exchange. A genius in Syracuse, in the sun-baked coastal city of Syracuse, nestled on the eastern shores of Sicily during the 3rd century BCE, a child named Archimedes entered the world. Born in 287 BCE to an astronomer named Phidias, young Archimedes had the stars themselves as his first teachers. The Mediterranean city of Syracuse stood as a Greek colony of significant cultural importance, its harbor bustling with merchant vessels carrying goods and ideas from across the known world. The salty sea air and the constant motion of ships would become familiar companions to Archimedes as he grew, his early curiosity nurtured by both the natural world and the mathematical traditions that had flourished in Greece for centuries before his birth. Phidias encouraged his son's inquisitive nature, teaching him to observe the movements of celestial bodies and the patterns they formed across the night sky. The boy would often sit with his father on warm Sicilian evenings, asking endless questions about the universe and its mysterious workings. These formative experiences planted the seeds for what would become one of history's most brilliant scientific minds. Unlike many contemporaries who focused solely on abstract philosophy, Archimedes developed an early appreciation for practical applications of knowledge, a characteristic that would later define his genius and set him apart from other thinkers of his age. The political landscape of Syracuse during Archimedes' youth was dominated by the rule of tyrants, though the city maintained its Greek cultural identity despite increasing Roman influence in the region. King Hieron II, who would later become Archimedes' patron and friend, came to power when Archimedes was in his 20s. The stability provided by Hieron's relatively peaceful 60-year reign created an environment where intellectual pursuits could flourish, allowing minds like Archimedes to explore and innovate without the constant disruption of political upheaval that plagued many Greek cities during this period. As was customary for promising young men of means, Archimedes journeyed to Alexandria in Egypt to further his education. Alexandria had emerged as the intellectual center of the Hellenistic world, home to the legendary library and the museum, a research institution that attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean. Here, under the shadow of the Lighthouse of Pharos, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, Archimedes studied with the successors of Euclid, immersing himself in geometry, astronomy, mechanics, and mathematics. The cross-cultural environment of this Egyptian port city exposed him to Egyptian practical mathematics and engineering traditions that complemented the more theoretical Greek approaches. During his time in Alexandria, Archimedes formed connections with other prominent mathematicians, including Conon of Samos and Eratosthenes of Cyrene. These intellectual friendships would endure throughout his life, sustained through correspondence after his return to Syracuse. Archimedes' letters to these fellow scholars provide some of our most valuable insights into his thinking processes and discoveries. In Alexandria, he absorbed the works of earlier mathematical giants, Pythagoras, Thales, Euclid, building upon their foundations while developing his own unique approaches to solving problems that had confounded others for generations. After completing his studies, Archimedes returned to Syracuse, where his reputation as a brilliant thinker soon reached the ears of King Hieron II. The king, a patron of arts and sciences, recognized the young mathematician's potential and brought him into the royal court. This patronage provided Archimedes with the freedom and resources to pursue his intellectual interests without concern for material needs. While many ancient philosophers served primarily as teachers, Archimedes seems to have preferred working on practical and theoretical problems over formal instruction, though he likely shared his knowledge with a small circle of students and colleagues throughout his life. The relationship between Archimedes and King Hieron proved mutually beneficial. The mathematician gained a powerful protector and access to resources for his work, while the king acquired the services of a genius whose practical inventions enhanced both the city's defenses and the monarch's prestige. One early story demonstrates their relationship. Hieron suspected a goldsmith of fraudulently mixing silver into what should have been a pure gold crown. The king tasked Archimedes with determining whether the crown was pure gold without damaging it, a problem that would lead to one of science's most famous moments of discovery. As the tale goes, Archimedes pondered this problem for days without success. The solution came unexpectedly while he was taking a bath. Upon lowering himself into the water, he noticed how the water level rose correspondingly to the volume of his body. This observation triggered an insight. He could measure the volume of irregularly shaped objects by submerging them in water and measuring the displaced liquid. Since gold is denser than silver, a crown made of impure gold would displace more water than a pure gold crown of equal weight. So excited was Archimedes by this realization that he reportedly leapt from his bath and ran naked through the streets, shouting, "Eureka!" I have found it. Whether the Eureka story is literal truth or embellished legend matters little. The principle Archimedes discovered revolutionized physics. He had uncovered fundamental principles of buoyancy and density, later formalized in what we now call Archimedes' principle. An object immersed in a fluid experiences an upward force equal to the weight of the fluid it displaces. This insight allowed him to solve the king's problem, proving that the crown indeed contained silver, and established foundations for hydrostatics that remain valid to this day. The bath-time revelation exemplifies Archimedes' genius for connecting everyday observations to profound mathematical principles. Beyond buoyancy, Archimedes made groundbreaking contributions to understanding the properties of basic geometric forms. His work on the sphere and cylinder established the relationship between the volume and surface area of spheres and cylinders. He proved that the volume of a sphere is 2/3 the volume of its circumscribed cylinder, and that their surface areas maintain the same ratio. So proud was he of this discovery that he requested a sphere and cylinder be carved on his tomb, a wish that was honored and later helped the Roman Cicero identify his burial place after it had fallen into neglect. Archimedes' mathematical innovations extended to calculating the value of pi with unprecedented accuracy. Using a method of exhaustion, a precursor to modern calculus, he determined that pi lies between 3 to the 10^10^71 and 3 to the 1/7, a remarkably precise range for the ancient world. His approach involved inscribing and circumscribing polygons around circles, then calculating their perimeters. By increasing the number of sides of these polygons, he progressively narrowed the possible value range for pi. This methodical approach to approximation demonstrated both his theoretical brilliance and his practical mind, which recognized the value of useful approximations in applied mathematics. The fascination with spirals became another hallmark of Archimedes' work. In his treatise on spirals, he defined and analyzed what is now known as the Archimedes spiral, a curve representing a point moving outward from a fixed center at a constant speed, while the line carrying it rotates at a constant rate. His work on spirals connected geometry with the study of motion, foreshadowing concepts that would not be fully developed until the invention of calculus nearly 2 millennia later. The spiral represented a bridge between the discrete world of numbers and the continuous realm of physical motion, a connection that particularly intrigued the Syracusan mathematician. Among his most ambitious mathematical works was the Sand Reckoner, wherein Archimedes set out to calculate the number of sand grains that could fit in the universe. Beyond its seemingly fanciful premise, this work served a serious purpose, developing a system for expressing extremely large numbers at a time when Greek mathematical notation had severe limitations. He created a system based on powers of myriad, $10,000, that could express numbers up to 8 naught 10 63 in modern notation. This demonstrated not only his computational prowess, but also his ability to extend existing systems of thought to accommodate new conceptual territories. Perhaps the greatest testament to Archimedes' genius was his ability to bridge pure mathematics with practical engineering. This fusion of theory and application manifested in his development of simple machines that amplified human strength. Chief among these was his refinement of the compound pulley system, which allowed a single person to move extraordinary weights with minimal effort. When demonstrating this principle to King Hieron, Archimedes famously declared, "Give me a place to stand, and I shall move the earth." To prove his point, he arranged a demonstration where, seated at a distance, he effortlessly pulled a fully loaded ship onto land, a feat that would normally require many strong men. This practical side of Archimedes' genius extended to hydraulic innovations. The Archimedes screw, a device still used today in some regions, allowed water to be raised from lower to higher elevations with minimal effort. Consisting of a screw inside a hollow pipe, it lifted water when the screw was turned. This invention proved particularly valuable for irrigation and removing water from ship bilges. Ancient sources suggest Archimedes developed this device during his time in Egypt, where he observed the challenges of moving water from the Nile to elevated fields. The simplicity and effectiveness of the design ensured its continuous use across centuries and continents. The infinite precision of Archimedes' mathematical mind found expression in mechanical inventions as well. He reportedly constructed a planetarium of such accuracy that it could predict the positions of the sun, moon, and planets. This bronze mechanism, housed in a sphere, demonstrated both his understanding of celestial mechanics and his skill as a craftsman. Cicero, who saw this device centuries later, marveled at how it showed lunar eclipses and the apparent retrograde motion of planets, all through precisely calibrated gears and mechanisms. This integration of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering exemplified Archimedes' holistic approach to knowledge. Daily life for Archimedes was marked by intense concentration on mathematical problems. According to Plutarch, he would become so absorbed in his work that he often forgot to eat or bathe, requiring servants to physically pull him to the baths. Even there, he would draw geometric figures in the oils on his skin. This single-minded focus occasionally bordered on the antisocial, but it also produced moments of extraordinary insight. Archimedes seemed to recognize that his best thinking often came during moments of relaxation rather than forced concentration, a cognitive pattern modern psychologists would recognize as conducive to creative breakthroughs. Despite his theoretical brilliance, Archimedes maintained a somewhat ambivalent relationship with his mechanical inventions. Plutarch suggests that he considered mechanical work beneath the dignity of pure mathematics, viewing his practical devices as mere diversions of geometry at play. This attitude reflected the Greek intellectual tradition that valued abstract theory over practical application. Yet, history remembers and celebrates him precisely because he excelled at both, finding beautiful mathematical proofs while also solving practical problems that improved people's lives. This tension between pure and applied mathematics would characterize much of the field's subsequent development. Life in Syracuse provided Archimedes with a stimulating environment. The bustling port city, with its diverse population of Greeks, Phoenicians, and other Mediterranean peoples, exposed him to varied intellectual traditions. The magnificent natural harbor, with its complex water movements and engineering challenges, offered constant inspiration for his hydrodynamic studies. The royal court of Hieron, while not as cosmopolitan as Alexandria's Ptolemaic court, nevertheless attracted artists, poets, and thinkers who created a cultural milieu where Archimedes' gifts could flourish. Though not an extravagant man, he enjoyed the comfortable life his royal patronage afforded. His home reportedly contained a personal workshop where he constructed models and experiments. Visitors described mechanical curiosities throughout the house, water clocks, miniature catapults, and devices demonstrating principles of leverage and fluid dynamics. Yet the most important tool of this ancient genius remained remarkably simple, a flat surface of sand in which he could draw geometric figures with a stylus. Many of his greatest insights emerged from these sand diagrams, where he visualized complex mathematical relationships. The powerful simplicity of this method reminds us that true genius often requires little more than space for thought and visualization. Defender of Syracuse. In the year 214 BCE, the mighty Roman Republic turned its hungry gaze toward the prosperous Greek city of Syracuse on Sicily's eastern shores. It was during this time that Archimedes, already renowned throughout the Mediterranean for his mathematical and engineering genius, would demonstrate that the mind could be mightier than the sword. The Second Punic War was raging, and Syracuse had allied itself with Carthage against Rome, a decision that brought the full wrath of the rising empire to its doorstep. As Roman ships appeared on the horizon and legions marched toward the city walls, King Hieron the Sad turned to his most valuable resource, the aging but brilliant Archimedes. The Roman general Marcus Claudius Marcellus approached with confidence, commanding a formidable naval and land force that had conquered many cities before. His strategy was straightforward: surround Syracuse, cut off supplies, and force a quick surrender. What he could not anticipate was that he was about to face the most sophisticated defensive systems of the ancient world, all conceived by a 75-year-old mathematician. The siege that was expected to last weeks would instead stretch into years, largely due to the ingenious devices created by Archimedes that transformed the city's defenses into seemingly magical protections that struck terror in Roman hearts. As Roman quinqueremes rowed toward the sea walls of Syracuse in tight formation, the sailors suddenly witnessed a terrifying sight. Enormous wooden beams swung out from the city walls, dangling heavy grappling hooks that plunged toward the ships. These were the infamous claws of Archimedes, mechanical arms that could reach out over the water. When the metal claws caught hold of a ship's prow, the counterweighted beams would lift suddenly, raising the front of the vessel high out of the water. As the ship tilted upward, men and equipment tumbled into the sea. Then, with a sudden release, the ship would drop back, often taking on water or capsizing entirely. The Romans adapted by approaching the walls from a greater distance, but Archimedes had anticipated this move. The defenders unveiled what ancient sources describe as compound pulleys and winch systems that launched large stones with devastating accuracy. Unlike traditional catapults, these machines could be calibrated precisely, dropping their deadly payload onto specific targets. Marcellus found that his ships were under attack, even when they believed themselves safely out of range. The precision was uncanny. Rocks weighing hundreds of pounds crashed through wooden hulls or crushed entire sections of deck, sending vessels to the bottom of the harbor as their crews struggled to swim through debris-filled waters. Perhaps most legendary among Archimedes' defensive creations were the so-called burning mirrors. While modern scholars debate their feasibility, ancient accounts claim that Archimedes designed an array of highly polished bronze or copper shields arranged to focus sunlight onto approaching ships. Positioned along the harbor walls, these reflectors supposedly concentrated the Mediterranean sun into beams intense enough to ignite the wooden vessels. Whether truly effective or exaggerated in later tellings, reports of ships mysteriously bursting into flames struck fear into the Roman fleet. Soldiers refused to approach the walls, terrified of the seemingly supernatural powers defending Syracuse. The land assault fared no better against Archimedes' genius. The walls themselves had been designed with his input, featuring integrated defensive positions where smaller artillery pieces could target attackers from multiple angles. Narrow openings in the stonework allowed defenders to fire arrows and launch projectiles while remaining protected. The walls followed the natural contours of the terrain, eliminating blind spots and creating killing zones where advancing Romans would be caught in crossfire. When the legionaries attempted to bring up siege towers and battering rams, they found themselves facing precisely calibrated ballistae that could strike the wooden siege engines with sufficient force to disable them long before they reached the walls. As the siege stretched from months into years, Archimedes continued to refine his defensive systems. He established a methodology for calculating projectile trajectories that accounted for distance, weight, and even wind conditions. His defensive catapults became increasingly accurate, allowing Syracuse's defenders to target specific Roman officers or demolish particular siege equipment with uncanny precision. The constant innovation forced Marcellus to frequently change tactics, nullifying Roman advantages and frustrating their attempts to establish effective siege positions. The general allegedly forbade his men from approaching any position where they spotted wooden frames or ropes extending from the walls, signs of Archimedes' deadly machinery. Behind the walls of Syracuse, while directing the defense efforts, Archimedes continued his mathematical explorations. The extended siege provided him time to develop some of his most significant works. On spirals examined the properties of what would later be called the Archimedean spiral, a curve he had studied extensively. The sand reckoner demonstrated a numerical system capable of expressing extremely large numbers, specifically calculating how many grains of sand would fill the universe. Through these writings, Archimedes pushed the boundaries of Greek mathematics, developing concepts that would influence scholars for centuries to come. Most revolutionary was his method, a treatise where Archimedes revealed his approach to mathematical discovery. In this work, he showed how he used mechanical concepts to arrive at geometric proofs, bridging practical engineering and theoretical mathematics in ways unprecedented in ancient thought. While defending Syracuse, he continued to explore the volumes of cylinders, spheres, and other three-dimensional shapes, developing integration techniques that anticipated calculus by nearly 2 millennia. The pressure of war seemed to sharpen rather than dull his mathematical creativity as he worked through complex problems at night after overseeing the city's defenses during daylight hours. For over 2 years, Archimedes' defensive systems kept the Romans at bay, but the tide eventually turned in 212 BCE. During a night when Syracuse was celebrating a festival to Artemis, with many guards drunk or distracted, Roman soldiers finally found a weakly defended section of wall and established a foothold within the city. As Roman forces poured through the breach, street-by-street fighting ensued. The fall of Syracuse had begun, despite all of Archimedes' mechanical genius. Marcellus, despite his frustration at the long delay, had developed profound respect for the elderly mathematician and issued specific orders that Archimedes should be captured alive. As Roman soldiers spread throughout the city, one legionary came upon an elderly man drawing geometric figures in the sand. According to Plutarch, Archimedes was so absorbed in solving a mathematical problem that he barely noticed the chaos around him. When the soldier interrupted his work, Archimedes reportedly said, "Do not disturb my circles." The Roman, either not recognizing the famous engineer or ignoring his identity, struck down the aged genius with his sword. Upon learning of Archimedes' death, Marcellus was deeply disturbed and ordered an honorable burial for his brilliant adversary. The general allegedly provided for Archimedes' family and commissioned a tomb bearing a carving of a sphere inscribed within a cylinder, representing one of the mathematician's favorite discoveries. Archimedes' death marked the end of Syracuse's golden age as a center of Greek thought and culture. The city was absorbed into Roman territory, its treasures plundered, and many citizens enslaved. Yet, despite the conquest, Marcellus brought many of Archimedes' written works back to Rome, where they began influencing Roman engineering and mathematics. However, over subsequent centuries, many of his works were lost or survived only in fragments, their full brilliance dimmed by time and the fall of ancient civilizations. For nearly a millennium, much of Archimedes' most innovative thinking remained forgotten, preserved only in scattered references by later writers. The rediscovery of Archimedes began during the Byzantine period, but accelerated dramatically in the Renaissance. In 1906, a remarkable find revolutionized understanding of his work. a palimpsest containing copies of Archimedes' method and other writings previously thought lost. This text had been erased in the Middle Ages and overwritten with prayers, but modern technology revealed the original mathematical content beneath. The document provided crucial insights into Archimedes' thought processes and confirmed his pioneering work in developing early forms of calculus and infinity concepts that wouldn't be rediscovered until the 17th century. Modern analysis of Archimedes' defensive innovations reveals principles still relevant in military engineering. His compound pulleys anticipating modern crane systems, while his precision artillery demonstrated an understanding of ballistics that wouldn't be formally expressed mathematically until the time of Galileo and Newton. The claw of Archimedes represents one of history's earliest examples of a force multiplier, a device allowing a small group of defenders to neutralize a larger attacking force. Archaeological excavations in Syracuse have uncovered evidence of specially designed wall emplacements that align with ancient descriptions of his defensive machinery. The heat ray remains his most controversial invention. Modern attempts to replicate the effect using polished shields have yielded mixed results. A 2005 experiment by MIT students successfully ignited a wooden ship replica at 100 feet distance, but required ideal weather conditions. The Mythbusters television program attempted several recreations with limited success. Yet contemporary military research into directed energy weapons suggests Archimedes was conceptually ahead of his time, even if practical limitations of ancient materials prevented fully realizing his vision. Naval historians note that even if the mirrors couldn't ignite ships, the blinding effect of reflected sunlight would still create significant tactical advantages for defenders. Beyond his mechanics and mathematics, Archimedes established a new paradigm for applying theoretical knowledge to practical problems. His defense of Syracuse demonstrated that scholarly pursuit and real-world application could reinforce each other. Modern engineering ethics often cite Archimedes as the archetypal example of scientific responsibility, using knowledge to protect one's community. His legendary focus, demonstrated by the famous Eureka story and his final moments drawing in the sand, embodied the devoted scientist archetype that would inspire figures from Leonardo da Vinci to Einstein, the pursuit of knowledge transcending even personal safety. As night falls over the Mediterranean, it is worth contemplating how Archimedes' defense of Syracuse represented a pivotal moment in intellectual history. It proved that mathematics, often considered abstract and removed from practical concerns, could dramatically alter the course of warfare and politics. The 2-year delay he engineered gave Syracuse extra time during the critical phases of the Second Punic War, potentially influencing the larger conflict between Rome and Carthage. Though Syracuse eventually fell, Archimedes demonstrated that intellectual innovation could stand against brute military force, even if it couldn't ultimately prevail against overwhelming numbers. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the ancient harbor of Syracuse, where wooden ships once caught fire from reflected sunlight, where massive claws lifted Roman vessels from the water, and where carefully calibrated stones rained down with mathematical precision. Picture an elderly man, unconcerned with the warfare surrounding him, drawing circles in the sand as his life's work reached its conclusion. In Archimedes' story, we find the eternal tension between creation and destruction, between knowledge used for defense and the inevitable tide of conquest. His final words, "Do not disturb my circles," echo across millennia as a testament to the enduring power of the human mind, even in its final moments. The lost colony of Roanoke dreams of a new world. The late 16th century marked an age of exploration and ambition for the English crown and its subjects. Queen Elizabeth I daughter of Henry VIII and Anne Boleyn, had ascended to the throne in 1558, bringing with her a vision of English greatness that extended beyond the shores of the British Isles. While Spain and Portugal had carved impressive empires across the New World, England had lagged behind in establishing permanent settlements in the Americas. This delay would soon change through the ambitions of one particular courtier who caught the Queen's eye and favor. Sir Walter Raleigh stood among the most fascinating figures of the Elizabethan court. Born to a Protestant family in Devon around 1552, Raleigh combined the qualities of a scholar, poet, soldier, explorer, and politician. His handsome features, quick wit, and adventurous spirit earned him the Queen's attention. Legend tells that he once laid his cloak over a puddle so Elizabeth could cross without soiling her shoes. Whether true or merely apocryphal, this tale captured the essence of Raleigh's charm and calculated gallantry. By 1584, Raleigh had secured a royal charter from Queen Elizabeth, granting him the right to colonize lands in North America not already claimed by Christian nations. This patent gave Raleigh extraordinary powers. He could establish settlements, maintain armies, and create laws, all under the English flag, but largely at his own expense. The Queen, ever prudent with her treasury, supported colonial ambitions that required minimal royal investment. Raleigh never journeyed to North America himself, but invested considerable fortune in the venture. The land Raleigh sought to colonize had been named Virginia, in honor of Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen. This territory encompassed a far larger area than the modern state, stretching across much of the eastern seaboard. Raleigh first sent reconnaissance expeditions led by Philip Amadas and Arthur Barlow, who returned with glowing reports of the land they had found. They described fertile soil, abundant wildlife, and what they interpreted as friendly interactions with the native Algonquian peoples of the region. Two Algonquian men, Montejo and Wanchese, voluntarily returned to England with the explorers. Their presence in London caused a sensation, as they provided living proof of the strange new world across the ocean. Montejo and Wanchese learned English and supplied valuable information about their homeland. Raleigh, seizing upon the opportunity, paraded them before the court to demonstrate the potential for peaceful relations with the indigenous population and the prospects for successful colonization in the territory. In 1585, Raleigh organized the first actual attempt at settlement. 7 ships carrying over 100 men departed England under the command of Raleigh's cousin, Sir Richard Grenville. This expedition established a small military outpost on Roanoke Island, located in what is now the Outer Banks of North Carolina. The site was not Raleigh's first choice. He had intended for settlements to be established in the Chesapeake Bay area, which offered better harbors. However, the ship captains, eager to begin privateering against Spanish vessels, chose Roanoke for its quicker accessibility. This first colony faced immediate hardships. Relations with the local Secatan and Croatan tribes deteriorated rapidly after the English accused a native man of stealing a silver cup. In retaliation, Grenville ordered the burning of a village and crops, an act of disproportionate vengeance that sowed seeds of distrust between the settlers and indigenous people. After establishing the rudimentary settlement, Grenville returned to England for supplies, leaving Ralph Lane in command of approximately 107 men. No women or children accompanied this initial group, as it was primarily a military and exploratory outpost. Through the harsh winter of 1585-86, the colony struggled to survive. Food became scarce, and the men grew increasingly dependent on local tribes for sustenance. Lane led explorations of the mainland, searching for precious metals and the fabled passage to the Pacific Ocean that featured prominently in European dreams of the New World. These expeditions found neither gold nor a westward passage, only miles of wilderness and increasingly hostile tribes alarmed by the strangers' incursions into their territories. The colonists' relations with the Secotan, led by Chief Wingina, who later adopted the name Pemisipan, deteriorated into open hostility. Lane, suspecting Wingina of plotting against the English, launched a preemptive attack, killing the chief and several of his men. This action further inflamed tensions with the surrounding tribes, leaving the colonists in a precarious position, isolated, hungry, and surrounded by enemies. When Sir Francis Drake arrived unexpectedly in June 1586, after raiding Spanish settlements in the Caribbean, the demoralized colonists abandoned Roanoke and returned to England. Despite this initial failure, Raleigh remained determined to establish an English foothold in North America. He developed a more ambitious plan, a proper colony with women and children that could become self-sustaining through agriculture rather than depending on supply ships or native goodwill. This time, Raleigh sought a leader with different qualities than the military men who had commanded the first attempt. He appointed John White, an artist who had accompanied the previous expedition and created valuable paintings documenting the land, flora, fauna, and indigenous people of the region. White possessed a gentler temperament than Lane and had demonstrated genuine interest in understanding the native cultures. He had produced dozens of watercolors that provided Europeans with their first realistic depictions of Native American life. These paintings, remarkable for their accuracy and sensitivity, revealed White's respect for the indigenous people, a quality Raleigh hoped would foster better relations between colonists and natives in the second attempt at settlement. White's artistic sensibilities would be balanced by practical considerations in the new colonial plan. The vision for this second colony differed substantially from the first. Raleigh organized it as a corporate venture called the City of Raleigh, with White as governor, presiding over a council of 12 assistants. Each adult male would receive 500 acres of land, incentivizing permanent settlement. Most significantly, entire families would make the journey, creating a community rather than merely an outpost. In January 1587, White began recruiting for this plantation, finding willing participants primarily among the working poor of London and other English cities. The prospect of land ownership proved compelling for many who had little hope of property in England's rigid social hierarchy. Recruited colonists included farmers, craftsmen, and laborers, practical people whose skills would be essential in building a sustainable settlement. Among those recruited was White's own daughter, Eleanor, who was married to Ananias Dare, one of the assistants appointed to the colony's governing council. Eleanor was pregnant when the expedition departed, carrying the future first English child born in the Americas. In May 1587, 3 ships, the Lion, the flagship, under Simon Fernandez, a Portuguese pilot in English service, the smaller craft, the Brave, and a flyboat, departed from Plymouth carrying approximately 117 colonists. The passenger manifest included 17 women and 9 children, along with the men who would form the backbone of the settlement. Their destination was intended to be the Chesapeake Bay, where deeper harbors and more favorable conditions awaited. The fleet encountered the usual transatlantic challenges: storms, shifting winds, and the constant threat of disease in the cramped quarters below deck. The journey across the Atlantic took nearly 3 months, testing the resolve of the colonists. When they finally reached the Caribbean in July, they took on fresh water and supplies at several islands before turning north toward their final destination. Simon Fernandez, the pilot, had orders to first stop at Roanoke Island to check on a small group of men left behind from the previous colony, and then proceed to the Chesapeake. However, when they reached Roanoke in late July, Fernandez made a fateful decision that would alter the course of the colony. Against White's wishes, Fernandez refused to take the colonists further north to the Chesapeake. Whether motivated by the approaching hurricane season, eagerness to begin privateering against Spanish shipping or simple malice, Fernandez ordered the settlers ashore at Roanoke. He further undermined the colony's prospects by refusing to allow the mariners to help establish the settlement. The colonists found themselves deposited on an island that had already proven unsuitable for permanent habitation, with minimal assistance and dwindling supplies, as July turned to August of 1587. On Roanoke, the colonists discovered that the previous settlement had been dismantled. The houses stood as skeletal ruins, with only the fort remaining partially intact. Of the small contingent of men left behind by Grenville the previous year, they found only bones, a grim harbinger of the challenges they would face. With little choice, White organized the colonists to rebuild and establish their homes on the northern end of the island. They repaired the structures left from Lane's settlement and constructed new dwellings from local materials. Despite the inauspicious beginning, the colonists set about creating a community. On August 18, 1587, Eleanor Dare gave birth to a daughter named Virginia, the first English child born in the Americas. Within days, another birth followed when the wife of Dionysius Harvey delivered a child. These new lives represented hope for the fledgling colony, tangible proof that English civilization could take root in the wilderness. The settlers established farms, hunted in the forests, and fished the abundant waters surrounding the island. White attempted to re-establish peaceful relations with the native tribes, particularly focusing on the Croatan people from a neighboring island whose leader Monotone had traveled to England and returned as an ally. In a formal ceremony, Monotone was baptized into the Christian faith and named Lord of Roanoke and Dasymunkapuk, an English title bestowed on a native leader in a curious cultural hybridization. The Croatan remained friendly, but other tribes, remembering Lane's violence, maintained a cautious distance or demonstrated outright hostility. The vanishing. The year was 1587 when John White reluctantly departed from Roanoke Island, leaving behind 117 colonists, including his daughter Eleanor and his infant granddaughter Virginia Dare, the first English child born in the Americas. As governor of the fledgling colony, White had not intended to leave his people so soon after their arrival. The settlement, perched vulnerably on the edge of the known world, required more supplies to sustain itself through the coming seasons. A reluctant White boarded the ship, promising to return with provisions before winter set in. It would be 3 long years before he would see the shores of Roanoke again. The timing of White's departure could not have been worse. England stood on the brink of one of its greatest historical challenges, though the colonists could not have known this as they watched their governor's ship disappear over the horizon. King Philip II of Spain had been assembling a mighty armada, a fleet of warships intended to invade England and depose the Protestant Queen Elizabeth I. As White arrived in England in November 1587, the nation was mobilizing all available ships for defense against the expected Spanish attack. No vessel would be permitted to sail to the aid of a distant colony when the homeland itself faced such peril. White pleaded desperately with authorities, explaining the precarious situation of the colonists. Through persistence, he managed to secure 2 small vessels in the spring of 1588, but their captains, more interested in privateering than relief missions, diverted from their course to hunt Spanish prizes. After an unfortunate encounter with enemy ships, they were forced to return to England, their mission unfulfilled. Meanwhile, the full might of the Spanish Armada was descending upon English shores, consuming all attention and resources. The tiny settlement at Roanoke, thousands of miles across the Atlantic, became a footnote in the midst of international conflict. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in the summer of 1588 brought relief to England, but did nothing to expedite assistance to Roanoke. Financial difficulties further complicated White's efforts to organize a relief expedition. The original sponsors of the colony, including Sir Walter Raleigh, had shifted their interests to other ventures. The Virginia Company was experiencing financial troubles, and investors were reluctant to pour more resources into an uncertain colonial project. White, once a respected artist and mapmaker who had documented the earlier reconnaissance voyage to America, now found himself reduced to begging for support. By the time White finally secured passage on a ship bound for the Americas in 1590, 3 full winters had passed since he had seen his family or the colony. The voyage was aboard a privateer named Hopewell, commanded by Captain Abraham Cock, whose primary mission was hunting Spanish treasure ships in the Caribbean. White was merely a passenger along for the journey, grateful for any opportunity to reach Roanoke. As the ship approached the outer banks of what is now North Carolina in August 1590, White's heart must have raced with anticipation and dread. What would he find after such a long absence? The approach to Roanoke Island came late in the day on August 18th. White immediately noticed the absence of signals or smoke that would indicate an active settlement. As they neared the island where he had left his family and the colonists, White observed trees with bark stripped away and letters carved into them. The first carving they discovered was simple but clear. The letters C-R-O etched into a tree trunk. Proceeding further, they found another tree marked with the complete word Croatone carved into its bark. These markings aligned with a contingency plan White had arranged before his departure. Prior to leaving in 1587, White had instructed the colonists that if they needed to relocate, they should carve their destination on trees or posts. Additionally, if they left under distress or were forced to flee, they were to carve a Maltese cross symbol alongside the message. White's relief was palpable when he observed no cross accompanying the carvings. This suggested the move had been deliberate and orderly, rather than the result of an attack. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, now part of Hatteras Island, and the home of a Native American tribe that had maintained friendly relations with the English. As darkness fell, the search party made their way to the actual site of the settlement. In the growing shadows, White found the area completely deserted. The houses had been dismantled rather than destroyed, a significant detail suggesting the colonists had time to take down their dwellings methodically. They had, apparently, taken their belongings with them, as no personal possessions were discovered. The settlement was surrounded by a palisade, as White had helped design before his departure, but it stood empty of life. No trace remained of the 117 souls he had left behind, including his own flesh and blood. White and his companions uncovered one final clue. Buried and partially hidden, they found certain items the colonists had apparently chosen to leave behind. Several iron pieces, lead, and some of White's own belongings, including his armor, which had been scattered and apparently damaged deliberately. Some trunks that White had left behind had been dug up and their contents ransacked, the contents exposed to years of weather. Despite the deterioration, White could identify some of his own maps and paintings among the weathered remains, precious works now ruined by exposure to the elements. The search party intended to sail for Croatoan Island the following day to look for the colonists there, following the clue carved into the trees. However, fate intervened in the form of severe weather. A massive storm arose overnight, causing the ship to lose several anchors. Captain Cock, concerned about the safety of his vessel in the shallow waters and dangerous shoals of the Outer Banks, refused to continue the search. Despite White's desperate pleas and protests, the captain insisted they sail for England. White never again returned to American shores and never discovered what became of his daughter, granddaughter, or any of the other colonists. Back in England, White spent his remaining years trying unsuccessfully to organize another expedition to find the lost colonists. He died around 1593, never learning their fate. In his last written account, he expressed hope that the colonists had safely integrated with the friendly Croatoan tribe. He wrote, "I greatly joyed that I had found a certain token of their being at Croatoan, where Manteo was born, and the savages of the island are friends." This hope would sustain him through his final years, though certainty forever eluded him about the fate of those he had left behind. The Spanish, who maintained a presence in Florida, conducted their own investigations along the eastern seaboard in the years following the colony's disappearance. In 1588, they sent an expedition specifically to locate and eliminate the English colony, but reported finding no trace of the settlement. Later, Spanish documents from 1600 mention white people living with native tribes in the region, though these records provide no definitive connection to the Roanoke colonists. If the Spanish encountered any survivors, they left no clear record of such meetings in their official communications. One of the most persistent theories suggests the colonists gradually integrated with the Croatoan tribe or other local indigenous groups. Some historical accounts note that years later, when permanent English settlements were established in the region, explorers reported encountering Native Americans with gray eyes who could speak out of a book and native children with blonde hair. These observations led to speculation that these individuals might be descendants of the lost colonists. The Lumbee tribe of North Carolina, in particular, has oral traditions suggesting connections to the Roanoke settlers. Another possibility is that the colonists attempted to relocate to the Chesapeake Bay area, which had been their original intended destination before their captain refused to take them further than Roanoke. This theory gained credence when Captain John Smith, leading the Jamestown settlement established in 1607, reported that Chief Powhatan claimed to have attacked and killed white settlers who had previously lived in his region. Archaeological investigations at sites along the Chowan River, a route the colonists might have taken toward the Chesapeake, have uncovered European artifacts from the appropriate time period. Some historians have proposed more dire fates. The colonists may have attempted to return to England on self-constructed vessels, only to perish at sea. Alternatively, they might have broken into smaller groups that met different ends, some joining native tribes, others dying from disease or starvation, and still others possibly killed in conflicts. The absence of graves or human remains at the Roanoke site suggests either that no large-scale tragedy befell them there, or that any evidence has been erased by centuries of shoreline erosion and environmental changes. Modern archaeological investigations have yielded tantalizing but inconclusive findings. Excavations at Fort Raleigh on Roanoke Island continue to uncover artifacts from the settlement period. More promising discoveries have come from Hatteras Island, historical Croatoan, where archaeologists have found European artifacts, including a signet ring potentially linked to the colonists. In 2015, researchers using ground-penetrating radar identified underground anomalies near the original settlement site, suggesting potential buried structures or objects that have yet to be excavated. DNA testing offers another avenue of investigation. The Lost Colony DNA Project has worked to collect genetic samples from potential descendants, hoping to find matches with families known to have been part of the colony. While this work continues, conclusive genetic evidence remains elusive. The passage of more than 4 centuries with their population movements and intermarriages makes establishing direct lineages challenging. Still, advances in genetic science offer hope that DNA may eventually provide insights where historical records and archaeology have fallen short. The mystery of Roanoke has permeated American culture, becoming a foundational enigma in the nation's origin story. It has inspired countless works of fiction, documentary investigations, and conspiracy theories, ranging from the plausible to the fantastical. The image of the word Croatoan carved into a tree has become an iconic symbol of unsolved mystery, representing not just a historical puzzle, but a deeper metaphor for the uncertainties of the colonial enterprise and the meeting of disparate cultures in the formation of America. Over 4 centuries later, the vanishing remains America's oldest unsolved mystery. Perhaps it is this very quality, its resistance to definitive explanation, that keeps it alive in historical memory. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the lost colony exists in a state of perpetual possibility, neither fully tragic nor entirely hopeful. The colonists inhabit that liminal space between known history and enduring mystery, between documented fact and imaginative speculation. They remind us that history itself is filled with silences, gaps where voices have been lost to time. As evening shadows lengthen across the waters surrounding Roanoke Island today, one can almost imagine the colonists methodically dismantling their settlement under darkening skies, packing their belongings, and carefully carving their message before departing into the unknown. Whether they found refuge, tragedy, or some complex fate in between, their disappearance marks one of history's most enduring enigmas, a first chapter in American history that refuses to be fully read, a story without an end that continues to haunt the margins of the historical record like the faint whisper of waves against the Carolina shore. Catherine the Great, from princess to power. The year was 1729, when little Sophia Augusta Frederica drew her first breath in the modest German principality of Anhalt-Zerbst. Born to a minor prince and a socially ambitious mother, nothing in the cool Baltic air suggested this infant would one day rule the vast Russian Empire. Her childhood unfolded in Stettin, now part of Poland, where her education followed the standard path for German princesses of the era, a smattering of languages, religious instruction, and the social graces necessary for making an advantageous match. While other girls her age practiced embroidery with varying degrees of enthusiasm, young Sophia displayed an unusual hunger for knowledge. The household staff often found her hidden away with books borrowed from her father's modest library. Her mother, Princess Johanna Elizabeth of Holstein-Gottorp, viewed her daughter primarily as a vehicle for the family's advancement. The relationship between mother and daughter was strained from early on, with Johanna criticizing her daughter's appearance and manners, declaring her too plain and awkward for greatness. The winds of fate shifted when Sophia turned 14. Empress Elizabeth of Russia, daughter of Peter the Great, was searching for a bride for her nephew and heir, the young Grand Duke Peter. The Empress dispatched matchmakers across Europe to find suitable candidates, and Sophia's name arose partly through the machinations of Frederick the Great of Prussia, who saw advantage in placing a German princess in the Russian court. The young girl's mother nearly collapsed with excitement when the invitation arrived. They were to travel to Russia for an imperial inspection. In January 1744, Sophia and her mother began the grueling journey to St. Petersburg, traveling through bitter winter weather in uncomfortable carriages. The young princess developed pneumonia along the way, but insisted on continuing despite her illness. This determination foreshadowed the iron will that would later define her reign. Sophia understood that this journey represented her one opportunity to escape the confines of her minor German nobility and secure a place in history. She arrived at the Russian court in February, pale and weak from illness but determined to impress. The Russian court was a bewildering place for the 15-year-old. Vast gilded halls stretched endlessly, crowded with nobles speaking a language she did not understand, dressed in fashions far more elaborate than anything she had seen in provincial Germany. Empress Elizabeth, still handsome in middle age and dressed in the latest French styles, inspected the German girl with calculating eyes. Sophia recognized instantly that her future depended entirely on the Empress's favor. With remarkable perceptiveness for one so young, she set about winning Elizabeth's approval. She threw herself into learning Russian, rising early to study while the court slept. She embraced Russian Orthodox faith with such apparent devotion that she impressed the court priests. The Empress was delighted with this adaptable German girl and formally announced her betrothal to Grand Duke Peter. In June 1744, Sophia converted to Orthodoxy and received a new name, Catherine. The young man Catherine was to marry proved immediately disappointing. Grand Duke Peter was childish, petulant and openly disdainful of Russia and its culture, despite being heir to its throne. Where Catherine embraced Russian ways, Peter clung stubbornly to his German roots. He played with toy soldiers for hours, subjected Catherine to tedious military drills, and spoke constantly of his admiration for Frederick the Great, Russia's geopolitical rival. The contrast between the adaptable, intelligent Catherine and the immature, unstable Peter could not have been more pronounced. Their marriage in August 1745 began a period of profound unhappiness for the 16-year-old bride. Peter showed little interest in consummating the marriage, preferring to play with his dogs in their bedroom or discuss military tactics with his servants. The court watched anxiously for signs of pregnancy, and the Empress grew increasingly concerned about the lack of an heir. Years passed without a child, and whispers began about Catherine's potential replacement with a more fertile princess. Catherine, isolated in a foreign court with an unloving husband, turned to books for solace. She embarked on a rigorous program of self-education that would have impressed the greatest minds of Europe. She devoured works of history and philosophy, corresponding with French intellectuals and absorbing Enlightenment ideas. Voltaire, Diderot, and Montesquieu became her distant mentors as she developed political theories about governance, justice, and the role of monarchy in modern states. In 1752, Catherine formed a significant relationship with Sergei Saltykov, a handsome court chamberlain. This affair, conducted with the tacit approval of the Empress, who was desperate for an heir, resulted in the birth of a son, Paul, in 1754. Though officially recognized as Peter's child and heir, rumors about Paul's true parentage followed him throughout his life. The Empress immediately took the infant away, allowing Catherine only limited access to her own child, a pattern that would repeat with her subsequent children. With motherhood came a new sense of purpose for Catherine. She now had a son who might one day rule Russia, and she dedicated herself to ensuring she would have influence over his reign. She cultivated relationships with key military leaders, court officials, and members of the powerful aristocratic families. She was careful to present herself as thoroughly Russian, in stark contrast to her husband, who continued to alienate important nobles with his pro-Prussian sentiments and mockery of Russian customs. Meanwhile, Empress Elizabeth's health was failing, and tensions at court increased as various factions positioned themselves for the coming transition of power. Catherine observed this political maneuvering with keen interest, taking careful note of how alliances formed and dissolved. She developed a remarkable ability to read people's motivations and use them to her advantage, a skill that would serve her well in the turbulent times ahead. In January 1762, Empress Elizabeth died, and Peter III ascended to the Russian throne. His first acts as emperor confirmed everyone's worst fears. He immediately made peace with Prussia, Russia's enemy in the 7 Years' War, effectively abandoning Russian victories and infuriating the military. He instituted reforms that threatened the Orthodox Church and alienated the clergy. He spoke openly about imprisoning Catherine and marrying his mistress. With each misstep, Peter created new enemies while Catherine quietly consolidated support. The new emperor seemed determined to offend every powerful group in Russia. He introduced Prussian military regulations that veterans of the Russian army found insulting. He seized church lands, antagonizing the influential Orthodox hierarchy. Perhaps most dangerously, he scheduled a war against Denmark to help his native Holstein, a plan that would use Russian blood and treasure for a cause no Russian cared about. As Peter caroused with his mistress and alienated his power base, Catherine moved carefully behind the scenes. Among Catherine's most important allies was Grigory Orlov, an officer in the Imperial Guard and her current lover. Orlov and his 4 brothers were popular among the military, and became crucial in organizing support for Catherine. Also essential was Princess Ekaterina Dashkova, sister of Peter's mistress, ironically enough, who helped Catherine win over important noble families. A conspiracy began to take shape, accelerated by rumors that Peter planned to arrest Catherine after returning from his Danish campaign. Catherine later wrote in her memoirs that she had not initially planned to seize power, merely to prevent her own imprisonment. Whether this was true or a convenient justification, events soon moved beyond anyone's control. On July 9, 1762, Catherine received word that one of her supporters had been arrested and the conspiracy discovered. Rather than flee, she made the momentous decision to act immediately. Escorted by Alexei Orlov, she traveled from her residence at Peterhof to St. Petersburg in the early hours of the morning. She arrived at the barracks of the Izmailovsky Regiment, longtime supporters of Empress Elizabeth. Soldiers gathered around her as she appealed to them for protection against her husband's threats. She reminded them of Peter's disdain for Russian ways and his damaging policies. The regiment swore allegiance to her, and a cascade of defections followed. The Semyonovsky Regiment joined her cause, then the Horse Guards, and finally the general population as church bells rang out across the capital and Catherine processed through the streets. By afternoon, she had been proclaimed Catherine II, Empress of all Russia, in a ceremony at Kazan Cathedral. The bloodless coup continued to gain momentum as government departments, the Senate, and the Holy Synod all declared for her. Peter, still at his residence in Oranienbaum, was entirely unaware of what had transpired until it was too late. When he finally learned of the coup, he vacillated between defiance and despair, ultimately choosing to abdicate without a fight. He was arrested and transported to Rapsha, a country house outside the capital. 8 days after Catherine seized power, the announcement came that Peter III had died of hemorrhoidal colic. Few believed this convenient explanation, and historians generally agree he was likely murdered, probably strangled by Alexei Orlov, though whether Catherine ordered this elimination or merely accepted it after the fact remains debated. With her husband's death, Catherine's position was secured, though the shadow of her role as a usurper would hang over the early years of her reign. At 33, this German princess, who had arrived in Russia as a teenager, had completed one of history's most remarkable transformations. Through intelligence, patience, and political acumen, she had risen from obscure nobility to absolute ruler of the world's largest country. Standing before her nobles as they swore allegiance, Catherine must have reflected on the extraordinary journey that brought her to this moment. The girl, once criticized by her mother as too plain for greatness, now wore the crown of the Romanovs. The new empress faced substantial challenges from the outset. As a woman, a foreigner, and a ruler without legitimate claim to the throne, Catherine understood that her hold on power was tenuous. Several pretenders would emerge in the coming years, claiming to be her dead husband or long-dead relatives of previous rulers. She needed to establish her legitimacy through concrete achievements and by creating an image of enlightened leadership that would overshadow questions about her right to rule. Within months of taking power, Catherine began implementing reforms that had germinated during her years of study. She established a legislative commission in 1767 to review and modernize Russia's laws, providing the delegates with her famous nakaz, or instruction, a document heavily influenced by Enlightenment thinkers like Montesquieu and Beccaria. Though the commission ultimately produced few concrete results, it demonstrated Catherine's commitment to rational governance and established her reputation as a philosopher on the throne. Russia transformed. Catherine's Russia of the 1770s was a nation poised for transformation. Having consolidated her power after the coup against her husband, she now turned her formidable intellect toward expansion and modernization. The empire stretched across vast distances from the Baltic to the Pacific, yet remained underdeveloped compared to its Western European counterparts. Catherine envisioned Russia as a great power, not merely in military might, but in culture, learning, and governance. The policies she would implement over the next 3 decades would alter the very fabric of Russian society, though not always in the way she intended. In the bitter winter of 1772, Catherine's diplomatic corps finalized the details of what would become known as the First Partition of Poland. Working in concert with Prussia and Austria, Russia annexed substantial Polish territories along its western border. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, once a powerful neighbor, had fallen into political dysfunction through its liberum veto system, where any single noble could block legislation. Catherine exploited this weakness, presenting the partition as necessary for regional stability while substantially increasing Russian territory and bringing thousands of new subjects under her rule. The partitions continued in 1793 and 1795, effectively erasing Poland from the map of Europe. These acquisitions were justified through elaborate diplomatic arguments, but the reality was simpler. Catherine was building her empire. She famously remarked to her advisor, Potemkin, "The snow of Russia must melt only into Russian rivers." This philosophy guided her territorial ambitions, which extended beyond Poland to the south, where the weakening Ottoman Empire presented another opportunity for expansion. The wars with Turkey proved more challenging than Catherine anticipated. The first conflict erupted in 1768, when the Ottomans, concerned about growing Russian influence in Poland, declared war. Despite initial setbacks, the Russian military achieved significant victories. Admiral Orlov's fleet made an unprecedented journey from the Baltic to the Mediterranean, crushing Ottoman naval forces at Chesme in 1770. By 1774, Russian armies had advanced into the Balkans, forcing the Sublime Porte to sue for peace. The Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca in 1774 marked a decisive shift in the balance of power in Eastern Europe. Russia gained the strategic fortress of Kinburn, the Kerch Strait, and parts of the Crimean Peninsula. Perhaps more importantly, the treaty recognized the independence of the Crimean Khanate from Ottoman control, a status that would be short-lived. Within 9 years, Catherine had fully annexed Crimea to Russia, extending her empire to the Black Sea and gaining warm-water ports that had been a Russian dream for centuries. Sweden, Russia's traditional northern rival, watched Catherine's expansionism with alarm. In 1788, King Gustav III launched a surprise attack, hoping to reclaim territories lost to Russia in previous conflicts. The Swedish gambit ultimately failed. Despite initial naval successes in the Baltic, Gustav could not overcome Russian strength on land, and by 1790 the Treaty of Varela restored the pre-war boundaries. Catherine had successfully defended her northern frontier while continuing to focus on southern expansion. The Empress's ambitions extended beyond Europe. In the North Pacific, Russian explorers and fur traders pushed into Alaska, establishing settlements that would remain Russian territory until their sale to the United States in 1867. Catherine supported these ventures, understanding that empire building required presence on multiple continents. She authorized expeditions into Siberia and the Far East, mapping territories that had previously been little known to European geographers. While expanding Russia's borders, Catherine simultaneously worked to transform its internal structures. The nakaz, her instruction for the Legislative Commission of 1767, revealed her Enlightenment ideals. Drawing heavily from Montesquieu and Beccaria, Catherine proposed reforms to Russia's legal system, advocating for more humane treatment of criminals, religious tolerance, and limitations on torture. The commission itself, with elected representatives from various social classes except the serfs, was unprecedented in Russian history. The nakaz represented Catherine's early optimism. She genuinely believed in the possibility of creating a more rational, humane system of governance. Yet, the reality of ruling Russia soon tempered these idealistic notions. When the Commission failed to produce substantial reforms after 2 years of deliberation, Catherine dissolved it. She had discovered the limitations of attempting to impose Enlightenment principles on Russia's deeply entrenched social structures. Catherine's most lasting administrative reform came in 1775 with the Statute on Provincial Administration. This comprehensive reorganization divided the empire into 50 provinces, each with approximately 300,000 to 400,000 inhabitants. Each province was further divided into districts. This system established a clear administrative hierarchy with appointed governors who reported directly to the empress. It created a more effective framework for tax collection, justice administration, and implementation of imperial policies throughout the vast territories. Education represented another frontier for Catherine's reforming zeal. In 1786, she established the Commission for National Schools, instituting Russia's first state-sponsored education system. While limited in reach, this network of primary and secondary schools introduced standardized curricula and teacher training. For noble women, Catherine founded the Smolny Institute in St. Petersburg in 1764, the first state-funded educational institution for women in Europe, offering subjects ranging from languages to sciences. The medical reforms initiated during Catherine's reign demonstrated her practical approach to improving Russian life. The College of Medicine supervised the training of doctors and established regulations for medical practice. New hospitals were constructed in major cities, and smallpox inoculation was introduced, with Catherine herself being one of the first in Russia to undergo the procedure. These measures, while insufficient for the empire's vast population, represented the beginnings of public health policy in Russia. Catherine's vision extended to the built environment. St. Petersburg underwent a dramatic transformation during her reign, with the construction of granite embankments along the Neva River and the commissioning of numerous neoclassical buildings. The Winter Palace gained its magnificent Hermitage addition, initially built to house Catherine's growing art collection. In Moscow and provincial capitals, new administrative buildings, theaters, and educational institutions rose, their neoclassical facades symbolizing Russia's connection to European culture. The Empress's patronage of the arts reflected both personal passion and political calculation. Her correspondence with French philosophers like Voltaire and Diderot positioned her as an enlightened ruler on the European stage. When Diderot faced censorship in France, Catherine purchased his library, allowing him lifetime use while ensuring the collection would eventually come to Russia. She acquired masterpieces by Rembrandt, Rubens, and Raphael, forming the nucleus of what would become the Hermitage Museum's world-renowned collection. Catherine's intellectual pursuits extended to her own writing. She authored comedies, moral fables for her grandchildren, and historical works. She even edited a satirical journal called All Sorts of Things, contributing anonymously to its pages. These activities were not merely diversions, they helped shape Russia's nascent literary culture. By demonstrating the value of intellectual endeavors, Catherine encouraged the development of a Russian intelligentsia that would eventually produce the golden age of Russian literature in the following century. The year 1773 marked a turning point in Catherine's reign when Yemelyan Pugachev, a Don Cossack, launched what would become the largest peasant rebellion in Russian history. Claiming to be the deposed Emperor Peter III, Catherine's murdered husband, Pugachev gathered a massive following of serfs, Cossacks, religious minorities, and factory workers. His forces captured several cities in the Volga region and threatened to march on Moscow before government troops finally defeated and captured him. Pugachev's rebellion revealed the deep dissatisfaction among Russia's lower classes. The brutality of serfdom, where nobles held almost unlimited power over their peasants, created a powder keg of resentment. When Pugachev promised freedom from serfdom and tax relief, tens of thousands flocked to his banner. After the rebellion's suppression, Pugachev was brought to Moscow in an iron cage and publicly executed in January 1775. But the social tensions he had exploited remained unresolved. The rebellion profoundly affected Catherine's governance philosophy. Her earlier flirtations with Enlightenment ideals gave way to a more conservative approach. The Charter to the Nobility of 1785 codified aristocratic privileges, exempting nobles from taxation, corporal punishment, and mandatory state service. Far from limiting serfdom, Catherine actually extended it to new territories, including Ukraine. The peasants' condition worsened as nobles gained greater control over their serfs, now able to exile them to Siberia or sentence them to hard labor. Yet, even as Catherine retreated from reform regarding serfdom, she remained committed to strengthening Russia as a modern state. The Charter of the Towns, issued alongside the Noble Charter, created municipal self-government for urban merchants and artisans. These carefully structured reforms aimed to create a more orderly society, with each social class fulfilling specific functions within a harmonious whole, a far cry from the egalitarian ideals of the Enlightenment, but a significant evolution in Russian governance nonetheless. The French Revolution of 1789 confirmed Catherine's turn toward conservatism. Initially viewing the events in France with cautious interest, she recoiled as the revolution became increasingly radical. When news reached her of Louis XIV's execution in 1793, she ordered the Russian court into mourning and severed diplomatic ties with France. Revolutionary literature was banned, and suspected sympathizers faced arrest. The Empress, who had once corresponded with Voltaire, now feared the power of Enlightenment ideas when embraced by the masses. Catherine's health began to decline in the mid-1790s, though she maintained her rigorous work schedule. On November 5, 1796, she suffered a stroke in her bathroom and died the following day without regaining consciousness. She was 67 years old and had ruled Russia for 34 years. Her son, Paul, whom she had excluded from power throughout her reign, immediately ascended the throne and began dismantling many of her policies, particularly those related to succession and the nobility's privileges. Catherine's legacy proved complex and contradictory. She expanded Russia's borders by over 200,000 square miles, incorporating millions of new subjects. She modernized administration, promoted education, and elevated Russia's cultural standing in Europe. Yet, she also strengthened serfdom and failed to address the fundamental inequalities in Russian society. The serfs, comprising over 3/4 of the population, remained effectively enslaved, creating tensions that would eventually lead to revolution. The myths surrounding Catherine began even during her lifetime. Tales of her numerous lovers, some factual, others invented, often overshadowed discussions of her political achievements. The most outrageous stories, including the infamous and physically impossible tale involving a horse, emerged after her death as attempts to discredit a powerful female ruler. The real Catherine was neither the insatiable sexual predator of legend nor the perfect enlightened ruler of her own propaganda, but a pragmatic, intelligent woman navigating the challenges of absolute power. 2 centuries after her death, historians continue to reassess Catherine's impact. Her territorial acquisitions formed the core of the Russian Empire until the 1917 revolution. Her cultural initiatives laid the groundwork for Russia's 19th century artistic flowering. Her administrative reforms created governance structures that lasted well into the modern era. Perhaps most significantly, Catherine demonstrated that Russia could participate in European intellectual and political life, while maintaining its distinctive character, a balance that Russian leaders still struggle to achieve today. The Library of Alexandria, House of the Muses. The sun rises over the azure Mediterranean, casting long golden rays across the bustling harbor of Alexandria. Ships from every corner of the known world crowd the docks, their holds filled with treasures both mundane and extraordinary. Yet among the spices and silks, the most precious cargoes sought by the officials of Ptolemy the Firm Soter are scrolls, the written wisdom of distant lands. The year is approximately 295 BCE, and one of humanity's greatest intellectual endeavors is taking shape along the Egyptian coast. The Library of Alexandria stands as Ptolemy's ambitious vision to collect all the world's knowledge under one roof. The library was not merely a collection of books, but part of a larger institution known as the Mouseion, or House of the Muses. Named after the 9 goddesses of the arts and sciences, this temple of learning housed scholars, provided living quarters, dining facilities, reading rooms, and gardens for contemplation. The complex occupied part of the royal district of Alexandria, a gleaming city designed by Alexander the Great himself, though completed after his death. The precise location remains debated by archaeologists, but it likely stood near the harbor, connecting the intellectual heart of the city to its commercial lifeblood. Ptolemy I, a former general of Alexander who became ruler of Egypt after his leader's death, sought to establish Alexandria as the cultural and intellectual center of the Hellenistic world. The creation of the library was a deliberate political act as much as a scholarly one. By gathering the knowledge of all civilizations, Ptolemy demonstrated the power and sophistication of his realm. The project was continued by his son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, who expanded the collection dramatically and formalized the library's operations. These Macedonian kings, ruling over Egyptian lands, used Greek learning to legitimize their authority and bridge cultural divides. The physical structure of the library remains somewhat mysterious, known primarily through scattered references in ancient texts. The main building likely featured colonnaded walkways surrounding an inner courtyard, typical of Hellenistic architecture. Reading rooms opened onto these walkways, while storage rooms for the precious scrolls occupied the inner chambers. Unlike modern libraries with their rows of shelves, the Alexandria collection was housed in pigeonhole-like compartments where scrolls were placed horizontally, their identifying tags hanging over the edges. Oil lamps illuminated the reading rooms, though scholars typically worked during daylight hours to preserve their vision. The scrolls themselves were primarily papyrus, manufactured in Egypt from reeds that grew along the Nile. This early paper was created by layering thin strips of the plant's pith, both horizontally and vertically, then pressing them together until they formed a single sheet. Multiple sheets were glued together to create scrolls that could extend up to 30 feet in length, though most were considerably shorter. The text was inscribed using reed pens and ink made from soot, mixed with gum arabic. These materials were delicate and flammable, a vulnerability that would eventually contribute to the library's downfall. The collection methods employed by the library were both innovative and occasionally ruthless. Ships arriving in Alexandria's harbor were searched for books which were confiscated, copied by scribes, and then returned to their owners, sometimes merely the copies rather than the originals. Ptolemy III. Aurignates was particularly aggressive, borrowing the official Athenian copies of the works of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, only to keep the originals and return copies, willingly sacrificing the enormous security deposit he had placed on the loan. Agents of the library traveled throughout the Mediterranean world purchasing books, sometimes at extraordinary prices. The collection grew to include works in numerous languages, though Greek predominated. When non-Greek texts arrived, translators rendered them into the scholarly language of the day. The famous translation of the Hebrew Bible into Greek, known as the Septuagint, was allegedly created for the Library of Alexandria by 72 scholars working separately who miraculously produced identical translations. A legend that underscores the library's importance as a center of multilingual study. By the height of its glory, the library reportedly contained between 400,000 and 700,000 scrolls, though these numbers, provided by ancient sources, may be exaggerated. Nonetheless, it represented the largest collection of written knowledge in the ancient world. The scrolls covered subjects ranging from astronomy and mathematics to literature, philosophy, history, and natural sciences. Poetry and drama occupied prominent positions, as did medical texts, geographical works, and religious writings from various traditions. This vast repository allowed scholars to compare different versions of texts and to trace the development of ideas across cultures. The administration of this massive collection required sophisticated organizational systems. Zenodotus of Ephesus, appointed as the first official librarian around 284 BCE, began the crucial work of organizing the scrolls. He developed one of the world's first alphabetical ordering systems and initiated the practice of creating bibliographic pinakies, lists of authors with biographical information and summaries of their works. These pinakies, eventually expanded by later librarians, particularly Callimachus, represented an early form of library catalog, allowing scholars to navigate the vast collection. Subsequent librarians built upon this foundation. Apollonius of Rhodes, Eratosthenes of Cyrene, Aristophanes of Byzantium, and Aristarchus of Samothrace each brought unique scholarly interests to the role. Under their guidance, the library became not merely a repository, but a center for textual criticism, the comparison of different manuscript versions to establish authentic texts. Aristophanes and Aristarchus were particularly known for their critical editions of Homer, adding accents and punctuation to the ancient texts and attempting to remove later interpolations to recover the original poems. Life within the Mausian community followed scholarly rhythms unlike anything seen before in the ancient world. Supported by royal stipends, scholars were free to pursue research without financial concerns. Their days typically began early with solitary reading and note-taking, followed by collegial discussions in the stoas, covered walkways, or gardens. Midday meals were often communal affairs where ideas were exchanged informally. Afternoons might be dedicated to writing or to attending lectures in the exedra, a semicircular recess with stone benches where more formal instruction took place. The scholars represented diverse specializations. Astronomers observed the night skies from the library's observatory. Mathematicians sketched geometric proofs in the dust of the courtyards. Physicians studied anatomy and medical treatments, while poets crafted verses that would influence literature for millennia. Geographic knowledge expanded as travelers brought accounts of distant lands. The library became a crucible where specializations that would later separate into distinct disciplines existed in productive conversation with one another, creating an intellectual synergy rarely matched in history. Euclid developed his revolutionary mathematics while working at the library, compiling the Elements, a systematic presentation of geometry that would remain the standard textbook for over 2 millennia. Archimedes, though not permanently attached to the institution, corresponded with its scholars and likely studied there in his youth. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the earth with remarkable accuracy, using measurements of shadows at different latitudes. Herophilus conducted human dissections, discovering the difference between arteries and veins and identifying the brain rather than the heart as the seat of intelligence. The library fostered literary scholarship as well as scientific inquiry. Homer's works received particular attention, with scholars debating the authentic text, analyzing linguistic features, and composing commentaries. Tragedy and comedy were studied both as literature and as performance practices. The works of Sappho, largely lost to later ages, were preserved in multiple complete books. Historians from Herodotus to local chroniclers had their accounts collected and compared. This concentration of texts allowed for the cross-referencing and verification that forms the foundation of serious scholarship. Women scholars, though less commonly mentioned in surviving accounts, also found opportunities at the library. Aglaonike studied astronomy there, continuing the tradition of female astronomical observation begun by Babylonian priestesses. Hypatia, who would later become the last known scholar associated with the library, exemplified the institution's intellectual diversity, working on mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy while teaching students from various religious backgrounds. The library's relative openness to different cultures also extended, at least in some cases, to gender. The daily operations of the library required substantial support staff beyond the scholars themselves. Scribes copied texts both to expand the collection and to replace scrolls damaged by use or age. Glue makers and papyrus preparers supplied the materials for new scrolls. Cleaners maintained the facilities, while gardeners tended the grounds where scholars walked and discussed. Administrators managed the royal funding that kept the entire enterprise functioning. This community represented a remarkable concentration of human capital dedicated to intellectual pursuits, at a time when most education was limited to basic literacy for commercial purposes. Among the most significant works created within the library's walls were the critical editions of classic texts. Scholars painstakingly compared different manuscript versions, noting variants and establishing the most authoritative readings. These recensions helped preserve works that might otherwise have been corrupted beyond recognition through repeated copying errors. The Homeric epics in particular benefited from this attention, with Aristarchus developing critical symbols to mark questionable lines and variant readings. This methodology established foundations for textual scholarship that continued to influence modern editorial practices. The intellectual environment fostered collaboration as well as specialization. Astronomers relied on mathematical advances to calculate celestial movements. Geographers incorporated observations from travelers and merchants. Physicians studied both empirical observations and philosophical theories about the nature of the body. This cross-disciplinary approach allowed for breakthroughs that might not have occurred in more isolated intellectual contexts. The library functioned as an early research university, though it lacked the formal structure of degree programs that would characterize later institutions. The political protection afforded by Ptolemaic patronage created a relative freedom of inquiry rare in the ancient world. Scholars could question established ideas without fear of persecution, at least in the library's early centuries. This intellectual freedom, combined with the unprecedented resources available to researchers, created conditions for remarkable advances in human knowledge. The Ptolemies' investment in learning served their political interests by enhancing Alexandria's prestige, but it also produced benefits that long outlasted their dynasty, preserving and advancing knowledge that might otherwise have been lost. Flames of knowledge. The great library of Alexandria stood as the ancient world's most ambitious intellectual endeavor for centuries, housing hundreds of thousands of scrolls containing humanity's collective knowledge. In its marble halls and columned reading rooms, scholars from across the Mediterranean world gathered to study, debate, and expand the boundaries of human understanding. Yet the story of this magnificent institution is not merely one of scholarly pursuit, but also of decline, destruction, and an enduring legacy that continues to inspire us today. The flames that eventually consumed the library did not erase its profound impact on Western civilization, and its story continues to serve as both warning and inspiration. The library reached its zenith during the early Ptolemaic period, when Alexandria flourished as the intellectual capital of the Hellenistic world. Under the guidance of brilliant librarians like Zenodotus, Callimachus, and Eratosthenes, The institution developed revolutionary systems for organizing knowledge. Callimachus created the Pinakes, the world's first library catalog, which divided works into subject categories and provided biographical information about authors. This innovation transformed how scholars accessed and referenced information, establishing principles that librarians would follow for millennia. Within the library's walls, scientific inquiry flourished. Eratosthenes calculated the Earth's circumference with remarkable accuracy, using nothing more than shadows, sticks, and mathematical reasoning. Aristarchus proposed a heliocentric model of the solar system nearly 2,800 years before Copernicus. The physician Herophilus conducted the first systematic dissections of human bodies, establishing anatomy as a discipline. Euclid composed his Elements, which would serve as the foundation of mathematical education for 2,000 years. This concentration of brilliant minds produced discoveries and texts that would form the foundation of Western science. The library also preserved and transmitted the literary heritage of the ancient world. Homer's epics were meticulously edited and standardized by Alexandrian scholars. Tragedies by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides were collected, copied, and analyzed. Philosophers from Plato to Aristotle saw their works preserved for future generations. Without the library's dedication to collecting and protecting these texts, many cornerstone works of Western civilization might have been lost to time, their ideas and beauty never reaching subsequent generations or influencing the development of literature and thought. The decline of the library began gradually during the later Ptolemaic period, as royal patronage waned amid dynastic struggles and political instability. The Ptolemies, once enthusiastic supporters of scholarship, became increasingly absorbed in court intrigues and territorial disputes. Funding decreased, and fewer scholars received the stipends that had once drawn the brightest minds to Alexandria. The intellectual vitality that had characterized the institution's golden age began to diminish, though the library continued to function as an important center of learning. Political priorities had shifted, and knowledge for its own sake became less valued by rulers focused on maintaining power. The first significant physical damage to the library likely occurred during Julius Caesar's Alexandrian campaign in 48 BCE. While besieged in the royal quarter of Alexandria, Caesar ordered ships in the harbor set ablaze. The fire spread to the shore and, according to several ancient accounts, destroyed numerous buildings, including warehouses containing papyrus scrolls belonging to the library. Plutarch later wrote that approximately 40,000 scrolls were lost in this conflagration, though debate continues about whether these were from the main library or a separate storage depot. Regardless, this event marked the first of several destructive episodes that would gradually diminish the library's collections. Contrary to popular belief, there was no single dramatic destruction of the library. Rather, it suffered a series of setbacks over centuries. Following the Roman conquest of Egypt, Alexandria lost its status as a royal capital, further reducing the resources available to maintain the library at its former glory. Emperor Aurelian's campaign against Queen Zenobia in 223 CE brought warfare to Alexandria, again with fighting and fires, damaging the royal quarter where the museum and library stood. Though efforts to restore the institutions continued, they never regained their former prominence. The gradual erosion of support proved as damaging as any single catastrophic event. Religious conflicts in late antiquity brought new threats to the library and its associated institutions. In 391 CE, Emperor Theodosius Porus issued an edict against pagan temples, leading to the destruction of the Serapeum, which housed an important daughter library. Christian mobs, led by Patriarch Theophilus, targeted this symbol of pagan learning. destroying both the temple and its book collection. While this event has sometimes been mischaracterized as the destruction of the main library, scholars believe the original library had already significantly declined by this time. Nevertheless, the loss of the Serapeum collection represented another blow to Alexandria's intellectual heritage. The final chapter in the library's physical existence likely came with the Arab conquest of Egypt in 642 CE. According to a controversial account by Ibn al-Kifti, written 6 centuries after the events, Caliph Omar ordered the remaining books destroyed, allegedly declaring, "If these writings of the Greeks agree with the Book of God, they are useless and need not be preserved. If they disagree, they are pernicious and ought to be destroyed." Many historians consider this account apocryphal, noting its late appearance and propagandistic tone. Nevertheless, by this time, whatever remained of the original library had likely already dwindled to a shadow of its former glory. The true tragedy of the library's loss lies in the texts that vanished forever. We know of countless works only through references by other authors. Most of Sappho's poetry, the majority of Greek tragedies, comprehensive histories by Livy and Tacitus, entire philosophical schools represented only by fragments. Of the approximately 120 plays written by Sophocles, only 7 survive complete. Similar patterns hold for almost every ancient author. The loss represents not merely books, but entire dimensions of human thought and creativity. Silenced voices that might have spoken to us across millennia had their words been preserved. Yet even as the physical library disappeared, its intellectual legacy continued. Scholars who studied in Alexandria carried knowledge throughout the Mediterranean world. Texts that had been copied and distributed survived in other collections, particularly in Constantinople and the Islamic world. During the Abbasid Caliphate's Golden Age, many Greek scientific and philosophical works preserved through this transmission were translated into Arabic, protecting them when the Byzantine Empire later suffered its own losses of classical texts. This preservation allowed these works to eventually return to Western Europe during the Renaissance, prompting new intellectual awakenings. The transmission of knowledge from Alexandria to the Islamic world proved especially significant. The House of Wisdom in Baghdad, established in the 8th century CE, was consciously modeled after the Alexandrian Library. There, scholars translated Greek texts on medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and philosophy. Thinkers like Al-Khwarizmi, whose name gives us the word algorithm, and Ibn al-Haytham, who revolutionized optics, built upon Alexandrian knowledge. Through these Islamic scholars, Alexandrian learning remained alive, eventually returning to Europe through translations from Arabic to Latin in centers like Toledo and Palermo during the 12th century. Medieval European monasteries became another unlikely inheritor of the Alexandrian tradition. In scriptoria across Europe, monks painstakingly copied ancient manuscripts, preserving classical learning through the early Middle Ages. Though focusing primarily on religious texts, monasteries like Monte Cassino, Bobbio, and St. Gall also maintained copies of works by Cicero, Virgil, and other classical authors. The Carolingian Renaissance under Charlemagne specifically sought to recover ancient learning, with scholars like Alcuin of York establishing scriptoria that standardized handwriting and prioritized classical texts alongside Christian ones. Without these efforts, many ancient works would have disappeared entirely. The Renaissance represented another chapter in the library's spiritual continuation. When Constantinople fell to Ottoman forces in 1453, many Byzantine scholars fled to Italy, bringing precious Greek manuscripts. Humanists like Petrarch and Poggio Bracciolini had already been scouring monastic libraries across Europe for forgotten classical texts. The printing press, invented by Johannes Gutenberg around 1440, ensured that rediscovered works could be widely reproduced and never again lost through the destruction of a single collection. The Renaissance passion for classical learning directly echoed the Alexandrian ideal of gathering and preserving all human knowledge. The modern university system, with its emphasis on original research and the advancement of knowledge, also owes a debt to the Alexandrian model. The museum, Museion, attached to the library, was perhaps the world's first research institute, where scholars received stipends to pursue their studies free from immediate practical concerns. This concept of knowledge for its own sake, pursued in a community of scholars, forms the foundation of modern academic institutions. The specialized departments, scholarly conferences, and peer review of today's universities all have precursors in the practices of Alexandrian scholars over 2 millennia ago. In 2002, the Bibliotheca Alexandrina opened near the site of the ancient library, a conscious attempt to recapture its spirit in the modern world. This stunning contemporary structure, with its distinctive tilted disc design evoking the rising sun, houses millions of books, multiple specialized libraries, museums, research centers, and conference facilities. The project represents Egypt's and the international community's commitment to reviving Alexandria's role as a center of learning and cultural exchange. While it cannot replace the lost treasures of antiquity, it stands as a powerful symbol of the enduring ideal that knowledge should be gathered, preserved, and shared across cultures. The destruction of the Library of Alexandria offers sobering lessons about the fragility of knowledge and civilization. Political instability, shifting priorities, religious conflicts, and warfare all contributed to its decline. Today, as digital archives replace physical repositories, new questions arise about the preservation of human knowledge. Digital formats may seem immortal, but technological obsolescence, data corruption, and cyber attacks present modern threats potentially as devastating as ancient fires. The ancient library reminds us that no storage medium is truly permanent, and preservation requires ongoing commitment across generations. Perhaps the most powerful legacy of the library lies not in specific texts or discoveries, but in its underlying philosophy, that human knowledge is precious, that it transcends political and cultural boundaries, and that it deserves to be gathered, protected, and made accessible to all who seek it. This ideal has inspired countless subsequent institutions, from the Imperial Library of Constantinople to the medieval House of Wisdom in Baghdad, from Renaissance collections to the modern Library of Congress and digital archives like Project Gutenberg. Through these continued efforts, the flame of knowledge first nurtured in Alexandria continues to illuminate our world. The men who sold the Eiffel Tower. The making of a master swindler. In the years following the First World War, Europe was a continent in recovery. The old orders had collapsed, currencies fluctuated wildly, and in this atmosphere of uncertainty, a particular type of individual thrived, the confidence man. Among these artists of deception, none achieved greater notoriety or demonstrated more audacious creativity than Count Victor Lustig. Though he was no count at all, this master of illusion managed to convince the world otherwise, culminating in what many consider the greatest con of all time, selling the Eiffel Tower, not once, but twice. Lustig was born Robert Miller in 1890 in the small town of Hostine, then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire in what is now the Czech Republic. From his earliest years, he demonstrated remarkable gifts that would later serve his criminal career: an agile mind, linguistic aptitude, and an almost supernatural ability to read people. By his teenage years, Miller had already discovered that conventional employment held little appeal compared to the excitement and profits that could be generated through clever deception. Young Miller quickly realized that his path to success lay in reinvention. He abandoned his birth name and created a new identity, Count Victor Lustig, complete with an elaborate fictional aristocratic background. The transformation was total. He cultivated refined mannerisms, impeccable dress, and the easy confidence of European nobility. He spoke 5 languages fluently, each without a trace of accent, allowing him to move seamlessly between countries and social circles. His most remarkable talent, however, was his ability to inspire immediate trust. The newly minted Count Lustig began his criminal career on the grand ocean liners, traveling between Europe and America in the 1910s. These floating palaces were ideal hunting grounds for a man of his talents. Wealthy passengers, isolated at sea for days, provided the perfect audience for his performances. His preferred scheme during this period was the money box, a small, ornate device he claimed could print duplicate $100 bills. The machine would indeed produce 2 seemingly perfect bills when demonstrated, thanks to hidden genuine notes. Lustig would sell these miraculous money-printing machines for astronomical sums, assuring buyers they could create unlimited wealth. By the time his victims realized the machine only contained a finite supply of hidden bills, Lustig would be long gone, often on another continent. This con alone brought him hundreds of thousands of dollars from wealthy but greedy marks who believed they had found a shortcut to riches. It was during these years that Lustig began to formulate his famous 10 Commandments for aspiring confidence men. These principles, which Lustig reportedly carried on a card in his wallet, revealed the psychological insight that made him so effective. His first commandment, be a patient listener. It is this, not fast talking, that gets a con man his coups. Another advised, never look bored. The mark can be bored, not you. Perhaps most revealing was, never boast. Just let your importance be quietly obvious. These guidelines demonstrated Lustig's understanding that successful deception required restraint and careful observation rather than flashy theatrics. The chaos following World War I created new opportunities for a man of Lustig's talents. Economies were in shambles, social hierarchies disrupted, and bureaucracies thrown into confusion. In this environment, his ability to project authority and manipulate trust became even more effective. He drifted through the capitals of Europe, executing a variety of confidence schemes and developing contacts in both high society and the criminal underworld. Yet despite his growing wealth and reputation, Lustig hungered for a truly legendary con. His opportunity came in 1925 when he was reading a newspaper in his Paris hotel room. An article caught his eye. The Eiffel Tower, the city's iconic landmark since the 1889 World's Fair, was facing maintenance problems. The piece mentioned the substantial cost of upkeep and repairs that were straining the city's budget. Where others saw a mundane story about infrastructure, Lustig saw the foundation for his masterpiece. If the tower was such a financial burden, perhaps the city might consider selling it for scrap metal. The idea was, on its face, preposterous. The Eiffel Tower was already a beloved symbol of Paris and France itself. Yet Lustig understood that in the uncertain post-war economy, many seemingly permanent institutions were indeed changing hands. Moreover, he recognized that the confusion and bureaucratic complexity of government operations created perfect conditions for deception. If he could project sufficient official authority, perhaps the impossible might become plausible. Lustig's first step was to create the perfect disguise. He had fake government stationery printed with the headers of the Ministry of Posts and Telegraphs. He procured official-looking documents, credentials, and forged signatures of high-ranking officials. He rented office space in a prestigious building where government business was often conducted. Every detail was meticulously arranged to create an aura of unquestionable legitimacy. Only when this foundation was laid did he begin to select his targets. With his characteristic attention to detail, Lustig researched the scrap metal dealers of Paris, looking for prospects who combined sufficient financial resources with the right psychological profile. He needed someone both wealthy enough to purchase the tower and susceptible to manipulation. Eventually, he settled on 6 prominent dealers whom he believed fit these criteria. Each received an elegant, official-looking letter requesting their presence at a confidential meeting at the Hotel Crillon, one of Paris's most exclusive establishments. The setting for this gathering was chosen with strategic precision. The opulent surroundings reinforced Lustig's air of governmental authority. When the dealers arrived, they found a man who perfectly embodied the stereotypical high-ranking French bureaucrat, formal, slightly aloof, yet exquisitely polite. Lustig introduced himself as the Deputy Director General of the Ministry, speaking with the measured tones of a man accustomed to wielding significant power. None questioned his credentials or his purpose. Lustig explained that they had been selected for a matter of great delicacy and national importance. The Eiffel Tower, he informed them solemnly, had reached a critical state of disrepair. Engineers had determined that the structural problems were now beyond economical remediation. The government had made the difficult decision to dismantle the tower and sell it for scrap. However, given the tower's symbolic importance, this decision was politically sensitive and needed to be handled with the utmost discretion. He watched closely as his words registered with his audience. There were looks of surprise, certainly, but also the unmistakable gleam of an opportunity that Lustig was counting on. The tower contained 7,000 tons of high-quality metal, a veritable fortune in scrap. Lustig continued, explaining that competitive bids would be accepted, but emphasizing that this process required absolute confidentiality. Any leaks to the press would result in immediate disqualification. This requirement of secrecy was crucial, preventing the Marks from discussing the deal with others. To further cement the illusion, Lustig arranged for the group to be taken in an official-looking vehicle to inspect the Eiffel Tower. During this excursion, he pointed out supposed structural deficiencies and discussed the logistics of disassembly. His detailed knowledge of the tower's construction, carefully researched in advance, dispelled any remaining doubts. Throughout, he maintained the air of a harried public servant, occasionally checking his watch and making references to other important meetings awaiting his attention. After the tour, Lustig informed the dealers that written bids would be expected within 4 days. As they departed, he conducted a careful assessment of which mark had shown the most promising reaction. He had identified André Poisson as his primary target, a dealer who seemed both financially capable and, crucially, somewhat insecure. Lustig sensed that Poisson felt he wasn't fully respected in Parisian business circles and might be eager to prove himself through a prestigious government contract. Over the next days, Lustig focused his attention on Poisson, arranging a private meeting to discuss additional aspects of the deal. Here, Lustig employed another masterstroke of psychological manipulation. In this confidential conversation, he gradually let his bureaucratic facade slip, hinting at less honorable motives. Without explicitly stating it, he led Poisson to believe that he, as a government official, expected a bribe to secure the contract. This apparent corruption paradoxically increased his credibility. A dishonest bureaucrat seemed more authentic than a perfect one. Poisson was now fully convinced. Not only did he submit the winning bid for the Eiffel Tower, but he also included a substantial bribe for Lustig. The amount he paid, while never precisely documented, was estimated to be nearly 250,000 francs, a staggering sum in 1925. The funds were delivered in cash, after which Lustig provided Poisson with the elaborately forged bills of sale and transfer of ownership documents. With the transaction complete, Lustig recommended a period of continued discretion before beginning the dismantling process. With the money secured, Lustig and his accomplice, American conman Robert Arthur Dapper Dan Collins, immediately boarded the first available train to Vienna. They expected the French police to be pursuing them within days when Poisson discovered the fraud. But remarkably, no reports appeared in newspapers. No warrants were issued. Eventually, Lustig pieced together what had happened. Poisson was too embarrassed to report the scam, preferring to absorb the substantial financial loss rather than face public humiliation. The tower for sale. In the spring of 1925, Paris was a city of contradictions. War-weary, yet hopeful. Financially struggling, yet culturally vibrant. The Eiffel Tower, once considered a temporary eyesore, had become the city's most recognizable landmark. Yet, rumors circulated that the aging metal structure had become too expensive to maintain. This whispered concern created the perfect environment for Victor Lustig's most audacious scheme. Having meticulously crafted his persona as Count Victor Lustig, complete with tailored suits and an air of aristocratic confidence, he surveyed the tower from a cafe across the Seine, calculating not its height, but its potential value. Lustig's preparation was immaculate. He secured a suite at the Hôtel de Crillon, one of Paris's most prestigious addresses, and commissioned official-looking stationery bearing the government seal. An accomplice named Dan Collins joined him, a fellow confidence man whose presence added credibility to the operation. Lustig spent days studying newspaper reports about the tower's maintenance challenges. He noted the public's divided opinions about preserving the structure. This research confirmed his instinct. The con was viable because it existed within the realm of possibility. The tower's controversial history made its potential sale just plausible enough. Posing as Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Posts and Telegraphs, Lustig sent formal invitations to 6 of the city's top scrap metal dealers. The letters requested their presence at a confidential meeting to discuss a matter of great importance. The carefully worded invitation hinted at a prestigious government contract without revealing specifics. Each dealer, sensing a rare business opportunity, promptly accepted. Lustig knew that successful cons required the mark's willing participation, driven by greed. He arranged for the meeting to be held in a conference room at the hotel, ensuring every detail projected governmental authority. When the dealers arrived, Lustig greeted them with reserved cordiality. Speaking in measured tones, he explained the government's dilemma. The Eiffel Tower, after 36 years, had become structurally unsound and prohibitively expensive to repair. Public safety and financial concerns had forced the government to make a difficult decision. The tower would be dismantled and sold for scrap. Due to the potential for public outcry, the matter needed to remain confidential until contracts were finalized. Lustig watched carefully as the dealers processed this information, noting their barely concealed excitement at the prospect of acquiring 7,000 tons of valuable metal. After his presentation, Lustig orchestrated a tour of the tower for the dealers. He had bribed low-level maintenance workers to allow access to restricted areas. Throughout the inspection, he pointed out signs of supposed structural deterioration, inventing technical terms when necessary. The dealers, lacking engineering expertise, nodded solemnly at his assessments. When one dealer questioned the tower's condition, Lustig confided that government engineers had concluded repairs would cost more than the structure was worth. Upon returning to the hotel, he announced that sealed bids would be accepted within the week, along with a good faith deposit. Among the 6 dealers, André Poisson emerged as the most eager. A newcomer to the Parisian business scene, Poisson was ambitious but insecure about his standing among the city's established merchants. Lustig recognized these qualities immediately, the perfect mark. After the group disbanded, Lustig arranged a private meeting with Poisson. Over an expensive dinner, the con man expressed concern that Poisson's bid might not be competitive. When Poisson appeared disappointed, Lustig leaned in and whispered that he could guarantee the contract for a personal consideration. The implication of governmental corruption was clear. This brilliant psychological maneuver addressed Poisson's doubts. Had the operation been completely legitimate, why would a government official risk soliciting a bribe? Poisson familiar with business practices in Paris, found this request more believable than an honest transaction. The next day, he delivered his bid of 250,000 francs, approximately $1 million in today's currency, along with a substantial cash bribe directly to Lustig. The conmen provided official-looking documents transferring ownership of the Eiffel Tower, complete with forged signatures and elaborate government seals. Poisson left, believing he had secured the deal of a lifetime. Lustig and Collins immediately packed their belongings and boarded the first train to Vienna, expecting the authorities to be alerted within hours. However, days passed without news of the scandal. Eventually, they realized that Poisson, too embarrassed to admit he had been duped, chose not to report the crime. This silence created an unexpected opportunity. Lustig's criminal instinct recognized that lightning could indeed strike twice. After a month in Vienna, the two men returned to Paris to attempt the unthinkable, selling the Eiffel Tower a second time to a completely different group of scrap metal dealers. The audacity of returning to the scene of his perfect crime demonstrated Lustig's supreme confidence. He replicated the original scheme with minor adjustments, again identifying 6 potential buyers. However, this time, one suspicious dealer verified Lustig's credentials with the actual ministry. When Lustig learned the police had been contacted, he and Collins abandoned the operation and fled to America. The aborted second attempt did nothing to diminish the brilliance of the original con. Indeed, it has become legendary, the ultimate example of a confidence scheme executed with flawless precision. America, in the late 1920s, offered new opportunities for Lustig's talents. He established himself in various cities, running smaller confidence schemes while avoiding concentrated attention. In Chicago, his reputation preceded him, attracting the interest of notorious gangster Al Capone. The crime boss, intrigued by Lustig's reputation, approached him with an investment opportunity. Lustig accepted $50,000 from Capone, placed the money in a safety deposit box, and returned it untouched a month later, claiming the investment had failed. This apparent honesty impressed Capone, who rewarded Lustig with $5,000 for his integrity. The irony was delicious. Lustig had conned Capone not by stealing from him, but by appearing trustworthy. This clever inversion of the traditional confidence scheme demonstrated Lustig's psychological genius. He understood that his most valuable currency was not money, but reputation. By returning Capone's initial investment, he gained both financial reward and protection from one of America's most dangerous criminals. More importantly, he secured potential future opportunities with the organized crime syndicate, a valuable resource for a man in his profession. Lustig's downfall began with a counterfeiting operation in the early 1930s. Working with a skilled engraver named William Watts, he produced exceptionally convincing $100 bills. The operation ran successfully for several years, with Lustig managing distribution while Watts handled the technical aspects. However, a jilted lover, seeking revenge after Lustig abandoned her, provided information to federal authorities. The U.S. Secret Service, which investigates currency crimes, began tracking his movements across multiple states. Agents recovered several counterfeit bills linked directly to Lustig's network. On a spring morning in 1935, Lustig was arrested in Pittsburgh. Agents found a key to a storage locker in New York among his possessions. Inside the locker, they discovered printing plates, specialized paper, and $51,000 in counterfeit currency. The evidence was overwhelming. While awaiting trial, Lustig attempted one final con. He fashioned a rope from bedsheets, escaped from his cell, and nearly made it out of the federal building before being recaptured. This desperate act only added to the charges against him. In 1935, he was sentenced to 15 years at Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary. Life on the Rock broke Lustig's spirit. The island prison in San Francisco Bay housed America's most notorious criminals, with a security system designed to be escape-proof. For a man accustomed to freedom and luxury, The rigid structure and isolation proved unbearable. His health deteriorated rapidly as pneumonia developed in his weakened state. In 1947, after 12 years of imprisonment, Victor Lustig died in the medical facility at the U.S. Medical Center for Federal Prisoners in Springfield, Missouri. His death certificate listed his occupation as apprentice salesman, a final, ironic understatement of his remarkable career. Lustig's legacy lives on, not through any constructive contribution to society, but as a case study in the art of deception. His 10 commandments for a conman became infamous. Be a patient listener. Never look bored. Wait for the other person to reveal political opinions, then agree. Let the other person reveal religious views, then have the same. Hint at sex talk, but don't follow it up unless the other fellow shows a strong interest. Never discuss illness unless some special concern is shown. Never pry into a person's personal circumstances. Never boast, just let your importance be quietly obvious. Never be untidy, and never get drunk. The Eiffel Tower scam represents the perfect con. It incorporated all essential elements: a credible premise, careful mark selection, psychological manipulation, and smooth execution. The genius lay in Lustig's understanding that the tower's controversial history made its sale plausible. When erected in 1889, many Parisians considered it an eyesore destined for eventual removal. By 1925, maintenance costs were indeed a concern. Lustig exploited this context masterfully, presenting a scenario that aligned with public expectations. He recognized that people are most vulnerable to deception when the lie confirms their existing beliefs. Perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the Eiffel Tower con was that it remained unreported. Had Poisson admitted his mistake, authorities might have apprehended Lustig before he escaped France. Instead, the dealer's pride and embarrassment kept him silent, inadvertently protecting the very man who had victimized him. This psychological aftermath reveals another dimension of Lustig's genius. He understood that wealthy, successful men would rather absorb a significant financial loss than suffer public humiliation. The perfect crime isn't just about execution. It's about selecting victims who are unlikely to report their victimization. In the annals of confidence schemes, few approach the elegance of Victor Lustig's Eiffel Tower con. Unlike crude scams based on intimidation or complex financial manipulations, Lustig's masterpiece relied on human psychology and social engineering. He crafted an illusion so convincing that it persisted even after the transaction was completed. The scheme required no violence, no threats, and no complex escape plan. It succeeded because Lustig understood something fundamental about human nature. We often choose to believe what benefits us, even when evidence suggests otherwise. In this way, his victims became willing accomplices in their own deception. The Ninth Legion, Eagles of Rome. In the misty landscapes of ancient history, few tales capture the imagination quite like that of Rome's Ninth Legion, the Legio Nime Hispana. Their story begins in the tumultuous final years of the Roman Republic, when ambitious men fought for power and legions were raised to secure their claims. The Ninth would survive these chaotic beginnings to become one of Rome's most storied military units, serving across the breadth of an expanding empire before mysteriously vanishing from the historical record, leaving behind only fragments and whispers of their fate. The formation of the Ninth Legion occurred sometime during the late Roman Republic, likely under Julius Caesar, though some historical records suggest it may have been formed even earlier under Pompey in 65 BCE. The legion earned its cognomen Hispana through distinguished service in the Iberian Peninsula, fighting fierce local tribes and helping to cement Roman control over the region. These early campaigns forged the legion's identity, creating a battle-hardened unit with a growing reputation for tenacity. During the civil wars that marked the death throes of the Republic, the Ninth found itself drawn into the power struggles between Rome's great generals. The legion fought under Caesar's command in his campaigns in Gaul, helping to bring that vast territory under Roman control. The men of the Ninth marched countless miles through foreign lands, constructed camps each night according to strict Roman military doctrine, and formed the famous testudo, or tortoise formation, when facing enemy archers. After Caesar's assassination in 44 BCE, the legion, like many others, faced a difficult choice of allegiance. Records suggest the Ninth eventually supported Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, in his struggle against Mark Antony. The Battle of Actium in 31 BCE marked the final end of the civil wars, with Octavian emerging victorious. The Ninth had chosen wisely, and under the new imperial system established by Augustus, the legion would continue to serve Rome across its expanding frontiers. The early imperial period saw the Ninth stationed along the Rhine frontier, where Rome faced the constant threat of Germanic tribes pressing against its borders. Here, legionaries of the Ninth helped construct the network of forts and roads that would define the empire's northern boundary for generations. Daily life followed the strict routines of Roman military discipline, regular drills, weapons practice, and the construction and maintenance of fortifications. The men lived together in barracks, ate to a room, creating bonds that would be tested in battle. Each morning, in these frontier forts, began with the sound of trumpets calling men to their duties. Centurions, with their distinctive transverse crests, supervised training exercises, while engineers oversaw construction projects. The Ninth, like all Roman legions, was more than just a fighting force. It was a self-contained community of engineers, craftsmen, and specialists who could build bridges, drain swamps, and construct entire fortified settlements in hostile territory. This versatility made the legion an instrument not just of conquest, but of civilization. The diet of these soldiers consisted primarily of grain, made into porridge or bread, supplemented with vegetables, cheese, and occasional meat. Wine was diluted and distributed as a daily ration. The men received regular pay, though deductions were made for food, equipment, and burial insurance. Many saved to purchase land upon retirement after their 25 years of service, dreaming of the farms they would tend in colonies of veterans established throughout the empire. By the time of Emperor Claudius in the 1st century CE, the political situation in Rome had stabilized enough for the emperor to turn his attention to expansion. Britain, that mysterious island at the edge of the known world, became his target. The conquest would bring glory to his reign and rich new provinces to the empire. In 43 CE, a massive invasion force was assembled, including 4 legions, among them the 9th Hispana. Now their destiny would become inextricably linked with the misty island of Britannia. The crossing of the Channel was itself a logistical triumph. Hundreds of ships carried approximately 40,000 men, along with horses, artillery, and supplies. The 9th was part of this enormous endeavor, with its roughly 5,500 men plus auxiliaries, making the journey across uncertain waters. Many had never seen the sea before this campaign, and seasickness would have been common among these landlocked soldiers as they approached the white cliffs of Britain's southern coast. The initial landing met little resistance. The Britons had been divided by Roman diplomacy. The legions pushed inland, encountering fiercer resistance as they progressed. The 9th participated in early battles against British tribal coalitions, helping to secure the southeastern portion of the island. The legion's experience in frontier warfare proved valuable against the highly mobile British charioteers, who used hit-and-run tactics unfamiliar to many Roman commanders. As the conquest progressed, the 9th established a fortress at Lindum, modern Lincoln, around 50 CE, marking their permanent presence in Britain. The fortress followed the standard playing card shape of Roman military camps, with stone walls eventually replacing the initial timber constructions. Inside, orderly streets divided administrative buildings, barracks, workshops, and granaries, a little piece of Roman order imposed on the British landscape. The men of the Ninth would have watched the seasons change over unfamiliar horizons, perhaps wondering when or if they would see their homeland again. From Lincoln, the Legion helped extend Roman control northward, pushing into territories held by tribes that fiercely resisted the invaders. The men of the Ninth marched through forests and across moors, establishing roads that would eventually become the framework of Britain's transportation system. They built bridges across rivers and engaged in skirmishes with local tribes, slowly expanding the frontier of the new province. Archaeological evidence of their presence has been found in the form of distinctive pottery, coins, and military equipment scattered across these ancient marching routes. By 61 CE, the Legion had been redeployed to Camulodunum, modern Colchester, the first Roman colony in Britain and a symbol of Roman domination. The city was populated by retired veterans and administered under Roman law, a gleaming example of the civilization the empire brought to conquered lands. But beneath this veneer of order and prosperity, resentment was building among the native Britons who chafed under Roman taxation, land seizures, and cultural impositions. This simmering resentment exploded into open rebellion when the Roman governor Suetonius Paulinus was campaigning in Wales. The spark came from the treatment of the Iceni tribe following the death of their king, Prasutagus. He had named Emperor Nero as co-heir alongside his daughters, hoping to protect his family and kingdom. Instead, Roman officials seized Iceni lands, flogged his widow Boudica, and violated his daughters. Boudica raised the standard of revolt, and neighboring tribes quickly joined her cause. The Ninth Legion, under the command of Quintus Petilius Carialis, marched to relieve Camulodunum as Boudica's forces descended upon it. But they were too few and too late. The colony fell, its temple to the Emperor Claudius, a hated symbol of Roman rule, destroyed after a 2-day siege. The civilian population was massacred, the city burned to the ground. As the smoke rose from Camulodunum, the Ninth encountered the vastly larger British force somewhere along their march. The resulting battle was catastrophic for the Romans. The Ninth was caught in unfavorable terrain and outnumbered. Boudica's forces swept down upon them with a fury born of years of oppression. The Roman infantry formation, so effective on open battlefields, found itself fragmented and surrounded. Tacitus records that the entire infantry of the Ninth was annihilated, though this may be an exaggeration. What seems certain is that the legion suffered heavy casualties, perhaps losing 2,000, 4,000 men in a single engagement. Only the cavalry escaped to carry news of the disaster. Carialis himself barely escaped with his life. The eagle standard, the sacred symbol of the legion, an embodiment of its honor, may have been captured, though this remains unclear from surviving accounts. The loss of an eagle was considered a terrible disgrace in Roman military culture, and if the Ninth lost theirs, the psychological impact would have been devastating. Boudica's forces went on to destroy Londinium, London, and Verulamium, St. Albans, before finally being defeated by Suetonius Paulinus. After this catastrophic defeat, the Ninth Legion virtually disappeared from historical records for several years. The surviving members would have been regrouped, possibly combined with new recruits from other parts of the empire. Slowly, painfully, the Legion would have rebuilt itself, training new soldiers in the Roman ways of war and integrating them with veterans who carried the institutional memory and traditions of the unit. This process of reconstitution took time, and the Ninth remained in the shadows of history during this period of recovery. By the 70s CE, historical and archaeological evidence shows the Ninth reestablished at a new fortress at Eboracum, modern York. The Legion had been rebuilt to fighting strength and once again took its place as one of the 4 legions garrisoning Britain. At York, they constructed an impressive fortress covering approximately 50 acres, with massive defensive walls, headquarters buildings, and comfortable quarters for the officers. Excavations have revealed the foundations of these structures, along with artifacts bearing the Legion's mark. From this northern base, the Ninth participated in campaigns against the Brigantes, the largest tribal confederation in Britain, helping to extend Roman control into what is now northern England. Inscriptions found at quarries and construction sites attest to their engineering works during this period. The men of the Ninth drained marshes, built roads through difficult terrain, and established outposts to secure the expanding frontier. Their labor transformed the landscape, creating the infrastructure that would define Roman Britain for centuries. The decades following their recovery from the Boudiccan revolt were a period of consolidation for the Ninth. They had survived near destruction and emerged again as an effective fighting force. The Legion participated in the northward expansion under Governors Cerialis, who had survived his earlier defeat, Julius Frontinus and Gnaeus Julius Agricola. The latter pushed Roman control as far north as the Scottish Highlands, winning a significant victory at Mons Graupius around 83-84 CE, though it's unclear if the Ninth participated in this particular battle. Life for the common legionary during this period followed the relentless rhythm of Roman military routine. Morning trumpet calls roused the men from their sleeping quarters. They ate simple meals of porridge, bread, and cheese before assembling for training or work details. Centurions, with their vine-stick symbols of authority, supervised drills in the use of the gladius, short sword, and pilum, javelin. Engineers directed construction projects, while clerks maintained the extensive records that kept the Legion functioning as an administrative unit. During their off-duty hours, the legionaries might visit the Canabi, civilian settlements that grew up around permanent fortresses. Here, they could find taverns, brothels, and markets catering to military tastes and needs. Many formed relationships with local women, creating families, despite the official prohibition on marriage during service. Religious life centered around the Legion's headquarters, where the standards were kept in a shrine. The men made offerings to Roman gods alongside local deities they had adopted, creating a syncretic religious practice typical of Rome's adaptive approach to conquest. Evidence from tombstones and inscriptions gives us glimpses of individual lives within this vast military machine. Men from Italy, Gaul, Spain, and the Danube provinces served side by side, creating a multicultural fighting force united by training, discipline, and shared hardship. Some rose through the ranks to become centurions, while others developed specialized skills as engineers, artisans, or clerks. All shared the identity of the Ninth, carrying its history and traditions through the decades of service in this remote province. Into the mist, the Ninth Legion story does not end with clear resolution, but rather fades like footprints in shifting sands. From approximately 108-109 CE, the historical record of this once mighty Roman force grows conspicuously silent. The last confirmed mention appears in military records during Emperor Trajan's reign, noting their presence at their fortress in York. After this date, the Ninth Hispana vanishes from Roman military registers, stone inscriptions, and official correspondence. This absence creates one of ancient history's most enduring mysteries, spawning centuries of speculation about the fate of these approximately 5,000 men who simply disappeared from recorded history. The most immediate question arising from this silence concerns timing. The Legion's disappearance coincides with a period of significant unrest in northern Britain. Archaeological evidence from this era reveals destroyed Roman fortifications and hastily abandoned outposts along the northern frontier. Emperor Hadrian would later visit Britain in 122 CE, ordering the construction of his famous wall, perhaps in response to whatever calamity had befallen Roman forces previously stationed there. The timing suggests a correlation between frontier troubles and the Legion's fate, though direct evidence linking these events remains frustratingly absent. Several classical sources hint at significant Roman military losses during this period. Fronto, a Roman historian, wrote to Emperor Marcus Aurelius about serious casualties suffered in Britain during Hadrian's reign, mentioning that many soldiers were killed by the Britons. However, he never specifically named the ninth among these losses. Similarly, the historian Cassius Dio records British uprisings during this period, but provides no details about which specific legions might have been involved. This documentary, Silence itself, becomes noteworthy. Had a legion been honorably transferred, its movements would typically appear in military records. Among the most persistent theories is the notion that the ninth met its end in Scotland. This hypothesis suggests that the legion marched north of what would become Hadrian's Wall, venturing into the Caledonian Highlands, on a punitive expedition against rebellious tribes. The wilderness of ancient Scotland, with its dense forests, rugged terrain, and fierce warrior culture, presented a formidable challenge to Roman military operations. Perhaps the ninth advanced too far into hostile territory, becoming isolated from support and supply lines before being overwhelmed by Caledonian forces in an ambush similar to the Teutoburg forest disaster of 9 CE. Archaeological support for the Scottish destruction theory remains limited yet tantalizing. Excavations at Roman sites in Scotland have uncovered evidence of conflict during this period, including burned fortifications and unrecovered weapons. At Inchtooth Hill, archaeologists discovered a legionary fortress hastily abandoned around 90 CE, with thousands of iron nails deliberately buried, suggesting a planned withdrawal rather than a catastrophic defeat. However, no mass graves or battlefield sites containing equipment identifiable to the ninth have been discovered, leaving the Scottish hypothesis compelling but unproven. An alternative theory proposes that the legion wasn't destroyed, but rather transferred to another frontier province. The Roman Empire faced threats along multiple borders, and troop redeployments were common practice. Some historians suggest the ninth may have been sent to the Rhine or Danube frontier to counter Germanic tribal pressures. This theory gained credence with the discovery of tiles stamped with the ninth's insignia at Nijmegen in the Netherlands, dating to approximately 120 CE, after their supposed disappearance from Britain. However, these findings remain inconclusive, as material bearing legion stamps often traveled independently of the units themselves. The eastern provinces offer another possible destination for the vanished legion. During the 130s CE, the Jewish Bar Kokhba revolt erupted in Judea, requiring significant Roman military response. Some historical sources indicate substantial Roman casualties during this conflict. Additionally, Emperor Trajan's Parthian campaigns between 115 to 117 CE expanded Roman territory eastward, but resulted in significant military losses. Either of these eastern conflicts could have involved the ninth, potentially explaining their disappearance from British records if they were transferred east and subsequently destroyed in these distant campaigns. Supporting the Eastern transfer theory is the discovery of an inscription in Nijmegen, mentioning a senior centurion from the 9th Legion, who later served in the 6th Legion. This suggests at least some personnel from the 9th continued military careers elsewhere. Additionally, fragmentary records from the eastern provinces mention vexellations, detachments, of unnamed legions arriving as reinforcements during the Parthian campaign. The timing coincides with the 9th's disappearance from Britain, raising the possibility that the legion was indeed transferred east rather than annihilated in Scotland. Some scholars propose a more bureaucratic explanation. The legion may have been disbanded or merged with other units due to heavy losses or disciplinary problems. The Roman army occasionally dissolved legions that had become undermanned or unreliable, distributing surviving soldiers among other units. During the civil wars following Emperor Nero's death, several legions were disbanded after backing the wrong imperial claimant. if the Ninth had suffered significant losses in Britain or participated in a failed revolt. Imperial authorities might have disbanded it, striking its name from the official lists and reassigning salvageable personnel. Archaeological findings in Britain itself offer contradictory evidence about the Legion's fate. At York, their main fortress shows signs of organized withdrawal rather than sudden destruction, with valuable items removed and buildings methodically decommissioned. This suggests a planned departure rather than catastrophic defeat. However, excavations at Caledonian frontier posts reveal some sites were abandoned hastily, with personal possessions and valuable equipment left behind. These contrasting archaeological signatures have led some researchers to propose that only a portion of the Legion was destroyed, perhaps a frontier vexillation, while the main force was later transferred elsewhere. Roman military practice frequently divided legions, sending detachments to different areas while maintaining administrative headquarters elsewhere. This complicates tracking the Ninth's movements, as portions of the Legion might have been scattered across multiple provinces. Evidence suggests vexillations of the Ninth served in Germania and Pannonia during the early 2nd century. The Legion may have become so fragmented through these deployments that it ceased functioning as a cohesive unit, effectively dissolving not through single catastrophic defeat, but gradual administrative dispersion across the empire's vast frontiers. Perhaps the most compelling evidence against total destruction comes from the Roman military roster itself. When Legio Nib Hispana disappears from records, no replacement legion was raised. Unusual if an entire legion had been destroyed. When the 3 legions were annihilated in the Teutoburg forest disaster, Augustus immediately created new legions to maintain Roman military strength. The absence of a replacement for the Ninth suggests imperial authorities knew what happened to it. Likely redeployment rather than destruction, even if that knowledge hasn't survived in historical records accessible to modern historians. In 2018, archaeological work at Kavastu in Estonia yielded surprising discoveries: Roman coins and military equipment dating to the early 2nd century CE. While mainstream scholars remain skeptical, some researchers have speculated whether these findings might represent remains of a far-flung detachment of the Ninth, perhaps sent on an exploratory mission that reached much further north than previously thought possible. Such extreme theories, while intriguing, remain on the fringes of historical interpretation without substantial supporting evidence. More conventional recent archaeological work continues at sites along Hadrian's Wall and in northern Scotland. Ground-penetrating radar surveys have identified several previously unknown Roman temporary camps and possible battlefield sites awaiting excavation. These locations may eventually yield equipment or inscriptions that could illuminate the Ninth's fate. Additionally, ongoing examination of fragmentary military records from Egypt and Syria might reveal mentions of transferred Ninth Legion personnel or units in these distant provinces. The mystery surrounding the Ninth Legion extends beyond academia into popular culture, where its disappearance has inspired numerous fictional interpretations. Rosemary Sutcliffe's influential 1954 novel, The Eagle of the Ninth, popularized the theory of the Legion's destruction in Scotland, depicting a lone survivor's son journeying beyond Hadrian's Wall to recover the Legion's lost Eagle standard. This narrative captivated public imagination, inspiring subsequent novels, films, and television productions that typically embrace the more dramatic Scottish destruction theory over administrative explanations. The 2011 film The Eagle and the 2010 movie Centurion both dramatized the Scottish destruction hypothesis, portraying the Legion being ambushed and slaughtered by Pictish warriors in the Caledonian Highlands. These fictional treatments reinforce popular conceptions of the Ninth's fate, often emphasizing themes of Roman imperial overreach and the unconquerable nature of ancient Britain's tribal highlands. While historically questionable, These narratives satisfy our human desire for dramatic resolution rather than administrative ambiguity. In historical interpretation, the absence of evidence is not necessarily evidence of absence. The lack of concrete information about the ninth's fate invites speculation, but demands scholarly caution. What seems most likely, based on available evidence, is that the Legion was withdrawn from Britain and redeployed elsewhere before gradually being disbanded or merged into other units. Administrative decisions rarely make for compelling narratives, however, which explains why more dramatic theories of massacre and destruction persist in popular imagination, despite limited supporting evidence. The reality may involve multiple factors, rather than a single dramatic end. Perhaps the ninth suffered significant losses in northern Britain, was withdrawn and depleted of experienced personnel, then transferred to eastern provinces, where further casualties during the Parthian campaigns left it too undermanned to function effectively. This combination of events, a gradual diminishment rather than glorious last stand, would explain both the archaeological evidence and the administrative silence surrounding the Legion's disappearance from military records. Whatever their ultimate fate, the men of the Ninth Legion represent an enduring symbol of Rome's imperial reach and limitations. These soldiers, recruited primarily from Iberia, Gaul, and later Britain itself, served an empire that stretched them across continents, from the fog-shrouded highlands of Scotland to possibly the sun-baked deserts of Judea. Their disappearance reminds us of history's impermanence, where even an organization of 5,000 men with centuries of tradition can vanish almost without trace, leaving behind only fragments and questions for future generations to ponder. As the centuries pass, the Ninth Legion's fate inches further from resolution. New archaeological techniques may yet uncover definitive evidence, perhaps a battlefield gravesite with distinctive Ninth Legion equipment or an inscription explicitly describing their transfer and ultimate fate. Until then, the Lost Legion remains suspended in historical twilight, not conclusively destroyed, yet never returning to the historical record. In this ambiguity lies the enduring fascination of the Ninth, whose soldiers marched into history and then beyond it, into the realm where evidence ends and imagination begins. The samurai code, the way of the warrior, emerges. In the misty mountains and verdant valleys of ancient Japan, a warrior class was slowly taking shape, forging itself in the flames of necessity and conflict. The samurai, whose very name derives from the verb saburo, meaning to serve, would evolve from simple provincial guards into perhaps history's most romanticized warrior elite. Their story begins not with legendary swords or elaborate Bushido codes, but with humble horsemen serving land-owning aristocrats during the Heian period of the 8th to 12th centuries. As imperial court nobles in Kyoto lived lives of refined poetry and courtly romance, these early warriors were developing the foundations of what would become a military and philosophical tradition spanning nearly 1,000 years. The formative era of the samurai coincides with Japan's Heian period, a time when the centralized government began to lose its grip on the provinces. The imperial court in Heian-kyo, modern-day Kyoto, was preoccupied with aesthetic pursuits, elaborate ceremonies, and the cultivation of refined tastes. Court nobles dabbled in poetry, music, and calligraphy while surrounding themselves with beautiful objects. This aristocracy, however elegant, proved increasingly incapable of maintaining order throughout the Japanese islands. As tax collection weakened and banditry rose, large landowners known as daimyo needed protection for their estates. Thus emerged the first samurai, mounted warriors who served these provincial lords. These early warriors bore little resemblance to their later counterparts. They were simple fighters, often from families of middling status, who had acquired skill with weapons and horsemanship. Their primary weapons were the bow and arrow, used while mounted, a challenging skill requiring years of practice. The sword, later to become the soul of the samurai, was initially a secondary weapon. These provincial warriors lived rough, practical lives focused on survival and service, with none of the philosophical trappings that would later define their class. Their loyalty was secured through grants of land and a personal relationship with their lord, creating the beginnings of the feudal bond that would characterize Japanese society for centuries. As the imperial court's influence continued to wane, powerful clans began competing for dominance. Two families in particular, the Taira and the Minamoto, rose to unprecedented military power. Both claimed distant imperial lineage, both commanded significant warrior forces, and both harbored ambitions to control the imperial throne, if not directly then, through puppet emperors. Their rivalry would culminate in the Genpei War of 1185, a conflict that would transform Japanese society and crystallize the identity of the samurai class. This war, with its epic battles, heroic sacrifices, and tragic defeats, became the subject of Japan's first great war epic, the Tale of the Heike. The Genpei War marked a crucial turning point for the samurai class. Before this conflict, warriors had been subordinate to the court aristocracy. After the Minamoto victory, led by the brilliant General Minamoto no Yoritomo, warriors gained unprecedented political power. Yoritomo established the first bakufu, or warrior government, in Kamakura, far from the imperial capital. While still technically serving the emperor, this shogunate represented the first time warriors directly controlled Japan's governance. The emperor remained a ceremonial and spiritual figure, but real power had shifted to the samurai class. This transfer of authority from the court nobles to warriors represented one of the most significant developments in Japanese history, cementing the samurai's central role in society. During this formative period, the physical training of samurai intensified and took on systematic forms. Young boys began training with wooden weapons from early childhood. By adolescence, they would progress to real weapons and begin learning mounted archery, considered the most prestigious samurai skill. Horsemanship, swordsmanship, spear fighting, and unarmed combat were all essential parts of a warrior's education. Training was harsh and unforgiving. A samurai in training might spend hours daily practicing sword cuts against bundles of straw or wooden posts, perfecting techniques that could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. More than just combat training, a young samurai's education encompassed practical skills needed for warfare. They learned to maintain their weapons and armor, to recognize terrain advantages, to navigate by the stars, and to endure physical hardship without complaint. Older samurai passed down not just fighting techniques, but attitudes toward battle, emphasizing stoicism, courage, and unwavering resolve. This martial education took place alongside more formal learning, as literacy and knowledge of Chinese classics became increasingly important for samurai who might need to serve in administrative roles. This dual education, in both war and letters, distinguished the samurai from mere fighters and laid the groundwork for their later role as a ruling class. Life in a samurai household during these early centuries was austere and disciplined. The day began before dawn with weapons practice, followed by various martial and administrative duties. Meals were simple, often consisting of rice, miso soup, pickled vegetables, and occasionally fish or other proteins. Samurai dwellings, while larger than those of peasants, emphasized function over luxury. Interior spaces could be reconfigured using sliding paper doors, allowing for sleeping areas at night and open space for training or receiving visitors during the day. Weapons were displayed prominently, both for practical access and as symbols of the household's warrior status. Family structures within samurai households were strictly patriarchal, with the warrior father holding absolute authority. Marriages were typically arranged for political or economic advantage, creating alliances between different samurai families. Women in these households, while subordinate to men, nevertheless maintained significant responsibilities in managing household affairs, educating children, and sometimes even defending the home in their husband's absence. There are numerous historical accounts of samurai women trained in the use of the naginata, a pole weapon that could be wielded effectively in confined spaces. Sons were raised with constant attention to their future roles as warriors, while daughters were prepared for marriages that would strengthen their family's position. The early samurai's relationship with religion was pragmatic and syncretistic. Native Shinto beliefs were seamlessly integrated with imported Buddhist concepts, creating a spiritual framework that suited warrior needs. Samurai would pray at Shinto shrines before battle for victory, while also embracing Buddhist concepts that helped them face death with equanimity. This spiritual flexibility allowed warriors to navigate the contradictions inherent in their profession, the need to kill, despite Buddhist prohibitions against taking life. Early samurai were particularly drawn to Amida Buddhism, which promised rebirth in a paradise regardless of one's actions in this life, an appealing concept for those who routinely faced violence and death. However, it was the introduction and spread of Zen Buddhism during the Kamakura period that most profoundly shaped samurai philosophy. Imported from China, Zen emphasized direct experience over theoretical knowledge, rigorous self-discipline, and the possibility of sudden enlightenment through meditation. These principles resonated deeply with the samurai temperament. Zen's focus on immediate awareness and action without hesitation paralleled the mental state needed in combat. Its emphasis on facing reality directly, including the reality of death, provided warriors with psychological tools to perform their duties. Zen's aesthetic of simplicity and its distrust of words and intellect in favor of direct experience became central to samurai culture, influencing everything from garden design to the tea ceremony to swordsmanship. The development of Bushido, of the way of the warrior, began as an unwritten code during these early centuries, although it would not be formally codified until much later. This emerging ethical framework emphasized qualities such as loyalty, courage, honor, and self-discipline. Central to early Bushido was the concept of loyalty to one's lord, even unto death. This wasn't merely an abstract ideal, but a practical necessity in a society where warriors depended entirely on their lords for livelihood and protection. The willingness to die rather than face dishonor or failure became a defining characteristic of the samurai ethos, leading to the famous saying that the samurai lives in such a way that he is always prepared to die. Honor, another cornerstone of Bushido, manifested not just in battlefield courage, but in truthfulness, keeping one's word, and maintaining personal dignity. Samurai were expected to be models of proper behavior, demonstrating self-restraint and courtesy even while possessing the power to kill. This paradoxical combination of civility and deadliness became a samurai ideal, the warrior who could compose poetry with the same hand that wielded a lethal sword. However, it's important to note that these ideals were often aspirational rather than everyday realities. Historical records show plenty of samurai who behaved dishonorably, broke oaths, or acted with unnecessary cruelty. The gap between Bushido's lofty principles and historical practice reminds us that the samurai were human beings, navigating complex social and political landscapes, not merely walking embodiments of an ethical code. The early samurai arsenal centered on the bow and arrow, with warriors taking immense pride in their mounted archery skills. A samurai archer had to control his horse with his knees alone while accurately firing arrows in all directions, forward, to either side, and even backward while retreating. This skill, known as yabusami, remains preserved today in ceremonial demonstrations. The early samurai sword was straight, single-edged, and relatively simple compared to later designs. It wasn't until the Kamakura period that the familiar curved katana emerged, its shape reflecting practical battlefield needs. The curved edge was more effective for cutting from horseback in a single, fluid motion. Armor evolved significantly during these formative centuries. Early samurai wore heavy lamellar armor made from hundreds of small iron or leather plates laced together with colorful silk cords. These suits were heavy but provided excellent protection against arrows and sword cuts. Helmets became increasingly elaborate, featuring protruding shapes designed to deflect blows and intimidate opponents. Many included fearsome face masks with exaggerated features and bristling mustaches. These masks served practical purposes, protecting the face and filtering dust, while also creating a psychological advantage through their demonic appearance. Complete sets of armor became family treasures, passed down through generations and often modified to suit changing battlefield conditions or the physical dimensions of their new owners. The typical battlefield tactics of early samurai centered on mounted combat between individual warriors. Battles often began with formal announcements where elite samurai would call out their lineage, accomplishments, and challenge worthy opponents. These ritualized duels reflected a battlefield culture where individual honor and recognition were paramount. Though this practice might seem impractical, it served important social functions, allowing warriors to gain reputation and establish their place in the strict hierarchy. As warfare evolved, however, these individual combats gave way to more coordinated tactics, with samurai commanders leading groups of infantry armed with spears, naginata, and eventually firearms. The end of the Heian period and the rise of the first shogunate marked the beginning of warrior rule that would, with interruptions, dominate Japan until the mid-19th century. The Kamakura shogunate, established by Minamoto no Yoritomo, created governmental structures based on warrior values and feudal bonds. This system connected samurai of all ranks through personal oaths of loyalty, creating pyramid-like structures with the shogun at the apex. Land grants became the primary method of rewarding service, with higher-ranking samurai receiving larger territories and the responsibility to manage lower-ranking warriors within their domains. This system created a self-reinforcing military and administrative structure where governance and warfare were inseparable functions performed by the same warrior class. When Mongol forces under Kublai Khan attempted invasions of Japan in 1274 and 1281, the samurai faced an entirely new form of warfare. The Mongols fought as coordinated units rather than individual warriors, used unfamiliar weapons like explosive bombs, and employed tactics the Japanese had never encountered. Though the invasions were ultimately repelled, with significant help from typhoons that the Japanese called divine winds or kamikaze, these conflicts accelerated changes in samurai combat methods. The invasions revealed the limitations of individual warrior combat against disciplined mass armies and contributed to the development of more sophisticated Japanese military organization. The centuries following the Mongol invasions saw Japan descend into prolonged civil war. The Ashikaga shogunate, which replaced the Kamakura government, proved unable to control the increasingly powerful regional warlords. This period of fragmentation, culminating in the Sengoku or Warring States period, ironically represented the samurai's military zenith. Warfare became more sophisticated and deadly, with larger armies, more complex tactics, and the gradual introduction of firearms following Portuguese contact in the mid-16th century. Through these conflicts, the samurai continued to evolve both as warriors and as a social class, adapting to changing conditions while maintaining their distinctive identity as Japan's military elite. Twilight of the Sword. As the morning sun cast its gentle rays over the feudal domains of Japan, a new era was dawning. The year 1600 marked a pivotal moment in Japanese history with the Battle of Sekigahara, where Tokugawa Ieyasu emerged victorious, establishing what would become the longest continuous military government in Japan's history. The blood-soaked battlefields that had defined the Sengoku period the age of warring states gradually transformed into peaceful fields of rice and barley. The samurai, once valued primarily for their martial prowess, found themselves entering a profound transition that would fundamentally alter their existence over the next 2.5 centuries. The Tokugawa shogunate, established in Edo, modern-day Tokyo, ushered in a period of unprecedented peace. This era, known as the Pax Tokugawa, stretched from 1603 to 1868, creating stability through an intricate system of control. The daimyo, feudal lords who commanded samurai retainers, were subject to the alternate attendant system called sankin-kotai. This ingenious political arrangement required daimyo to maintain households in Edo and spend every other year in attendance at the shogun's court, leaving their families as essentially hostages when they returned to manage their domains. For the samurai class, this new peacetime presented an existential crisis. Warriors trained from childhood in the arts of war now found themselves in a society where large-scale conflicts no longer erupted. The samurai population, numbering approximately 2 million individuals alongside their families, represented roughly 6 to 7% of Japan's total population. They stood atop a rigid social hierarchy codified by the Tokugawa regime, the Shi no Kosho system, where samurai, shi, ranked above farmers, no, artisans, hokkeo, and merchants, sho, how with ita and hinin outcasts beneath all 4 primary classes. The daily life of a samurai transformed dramatically during this peaceful interlude, where once their days were consumed by military training and combat readiness, many now found themselves serving as bureaucrats, administrators, and magistrates. The warrior class became the educated class, with literacy rates among samurai reaching remarkable levels compared to the general population. Young samurai studied the Chinese classics, Confucian philosophy, calligraphy, and mathematics alongside their continued martial training. The ideal became the balanced development of Bun and Bu, the literary and military arts respectively. Inside castle towns across Japan, samurai resided in designated districts, their residence locations and house sizes strictly determined by rank and stipend. Lower-ranking samurai lived in modest dwellings, while high-ranking retainers enjoyed spacious compounds with gardens cultivated for contemplation. Despite their elevated social status, economic reality varied greatly across samurai ranks. The Tokugawa system compensated samurai through rice stipends rather than land ownership, leaving them vulnerable to fluctuations in rice prices and the gradual shift toward a money economy throughout the Edo period. The samurai's distinctive appearance remained a visible symbol of their status during the peaceful Edo era. The right to wear 2 swords, the longer katana and shorter wakizashi, remained their exclusive privilege and obligation. The shanmeige hairstyle, with the top of the head shaved and remaining hair oiled and tied in a top knot, marked a samurai visually. Their clothing, while varying by rank, generally featured the kamishimo formal attire for official duties, consisting of a sleeveless jacket with exaggerated shoulders worn over a kimono, paired with hakama trousers. As administrators, rather than active warriors, many samurai faced financial hardship. Their stipends remained fixed, while the cost of maintaining appearances and meeting social obligations steadily increased. The merchant class, despite their lower social standing, accumulated significant wealth through trade and commerce, creating an inversion where those lowest in status often possessed the greatest economic power. This contradiction generated tension within Japanese society, as samurai struggled to reconcile their theoretical superiority with their practical economic limitations. The famous opening line of the historical epic Hakushaku Ueda Akinari captured this paradox. The samurai sits at the top of the 4 classes, yet his stomach is often the emptiest. Many lower-ranking samurai lived in near poverty, forced to supplement their incomes through side occupations discreetly practiced to maintain dignity. Some became teachers of martial or literary arts, while others secretly engaged in crafts or farming. Some even resorted to selling their swords, the very symbols of their identity, during times of extreme hardship. To preserve their warrior traditions in an age without wars, samurai training evolved into increasingly formalized martial arts. The various schools of swordsmanship, known as kenjutsu or yaijutsu, developed elaborate kata, predetermined sequences of movements that preserved combat techniques. These forms emphasized spiritual development alongside physical mastery. Similarly, schools of archery, spearmanship, and unarmed combat flourished, transforming from battlefield practicalities into paths of self-cultivation and character development, the first distinct manifestations of what would later be called Budo. The code of Bushido, the way of the warrior, reached its most refined theoretical development during this peaceful era, somewhat ironically, as scholars and samurai intellectuals codified and elaborated upon principles that had been more pragmatically applied in earlier, more violent times. The famous text Hagakure, compiled in the early 18th century, emphasized absolute loyalty and preparedness for death, famously stating, "The way of the samurai is found in death." This seemingly paradoxical focus on mortality during peacetime reflected the psychological need to maintain warrior identity when actual warfare had virtually disappeared. Yamaga Soko, Daidoji Yuzan, and other samurai philosophers articulated Bushido principles that emphasized moral character development, loyalty, integrity, and self-discipline. While martial prowess remained important, equal or greater emphasis fell upon ethical behavior and embodying virtues like rectitude, courage, benevolence, politeness, sincerity, honor, and loyalty. The ideal samurai was as much a moral exemplar as a warrior. This ethical refinement represented an adaptation to peacetime conditions where character rather than combat determined a samurai's worth. Zen Buddhism continued to exert profound influence on samurai philosophy during the Edo period. The emphasis on direct experience, mental discipline, and facing death without fear resonated with warrior values. Many samurai practiced zazen meditation to cultivate mental clarity and spiritual awareness. The aesthetic principles derived from Zen, simplicity, asymmetry, suggestion rather than explicit statement, informed samurai taste in art, architecture, and daily life. The tea ceremony, with its emphasis on mindfulness and being fully present, became a favored practice among the warrior class. The concept of giri, obligation, and ninjo, human feeling, created tension in samurai lives. Their strict code of behavior often placed duty above personal desires, creating the dramatic conflicts immortalized in theater and literature. The 47 Ronin incident of 1703 exemplified this tension. When their lord was forced to commit seppuku after assaulting a court official, these masterless samurai patiently planned revenge for over a year before executing the man responsible, though they successfully fulfilled their obligation to avenge their master. They were subsequently ordered to commit ritual suicide themselves. Women in samurai households experienced a gradual restriction of roles during the Tokugawa period. Earlier eras had seen remarkable female samurai like Tomoe Gozen and women trained in naginata, glaive techniques to defend their homes. However, under Tokugawa rule and the influence of Neo-Confucian philosophy, samurai women were increasingly confined to domestic responsibilities. They were still expected to embody samurai virtues, potentially committing suicide rather than falling into enemy hands during castle sieges, but their active participation in warrior activities diminished significantly. As Japan entered the 18th and early 19th centuries, intellectual currents began challenging the established order. Dutch learning, Rangaku, introduced Western scientific and technical knowledge through the limited trade contact at Nagasaki. Some progressive daimyo and samurai recognized the growing technological gap between Japan and Western powers. Schools of national learning, kokugaku, sought to recover distinctly Japanese traditions separate from Chinese influences. These intellectual movements gradually undermined the ideological foundations of the Tokugawa system and samurai identity. By the early 19th century, the rigid social system showed increasing signs of strain. Peasant uprisings became more frequent as agricultural taxes remained heavy. The samurai class faced growing financial pressures as inflation eroded the value of their fixed stipends. Western powers, particularly Russia and the United States, began applying diplomatic pressure for Japan to end its isolation policy. The appearance of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 created a crisis that exposed the shogunate's inability to defend Japan against Western technological superiority. The final act in the samurai's long history began with the Meiji Restoration of 1868. The rallying cry of Sono Joy, revere the emperor, expel the barbarians, united various dissatisfied elements against the Tokugawa shogunate. Young, lower-ranking samurai from domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa played central roles in overthrowing the shogunate and restoring direct imperial rule. Ironically, these samurai revolutionaries initiated reforms that would ultimately abolish their own class privileges, as they recognized Japan needed fundamental changes to resist Western colonization. The dismantling of the samurai class proceeded swiftly under the Meiji government. In 1869, the daimyo were persuaded to surrender their domains to the emperor. In 1871, the Han system was abolished, replaced by prefectures under central government control. In 1873, universal conscription created a modern, Western-style military that recruited from all social classes, undermining the samurai's monopoly on military service. The final blow came in 1876 with the Haitorai Edict, which prohibited samurai from wearing swords in public, eliminating their most visible symbol of status. The dissolution of samurai privileges triggered several rebellions, most notably the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877, led by Saigo Takamori, once a leader of the Meiji Restoration. These last stands against modernization ended in defeat, with Saigo committing suicide after his forces were overwhelmed by the new conscript army equipped with modern weapons. The sight of samurai charging with swords against government troops armed with rifles and artillery symbolized the futility of resisting technological change. The age of the samurai had decisively ended. Yet even as the samurai disappeared as a legal class, their values and ideals were repurposed for Japan's modernization. The virtues of discipline, loyalty, self-sacrifice, and dedication to duty were incorporated into education, military training, and corporate culture. Bushido was reinvented as a national ethic rather than a class-specific code. This transformation allowed Japan to industrialize rapidly while maintaining cultural continuity. The samurai spirit, freed from its feudal context, became part of Japan's modern national identity. The legacy of the samurai transcended their historical extinction. During the Meiji period and beyond, former samurai families retained social prestige and often transitioned successfully into business, education, military, and government positions. Their high literacy rates and administrative experience proved valuable in building modern Japan. The traditional martial arts, separated from the battlefield application, evolved into formalized Budo disciplines focused on character development. The aesthetic sensibilities cultivated in tea ceremony, calligraphy, garden design, and poetry continued to influence Japanese artistic expression. In the global imagination, the samurai achieved mythic status. The romantic image of these warrior philosophers captured the Western imagination, particularly in the 20th century. Films like Akira Kurosawa's Seven Samurai and Yojimbo presented idealized portrayals that emphasized honor, skill, and the tragic nobility of a disappearing way of life. These artistic interpretations, while often historically simplified, preserved essential truths about samurai values and their complex relationship with a changing world. The Twilight of the Samurai reveals a profound historical irony, a warrior class that reached its philosophical and cultural zenith during an era of peace, and whose most far-sighted members ultimately chose to sacrifice their own privileges for national survival. Through their transformation from battlefield combatants to administrative officials, from feudal retainers to architects of modernization, the samurai demonstrated remarkable adaptability. Though their swords were finally laid to rest, the enduring principles of Bushido continue to influence Japanese society and fascinate the world, a testament to a warrior tradition that transcended warfare itself. The Voynich manuscript, Whispers from a Silent World. In a small, rare book library in the heart of Yale University lies one of history's most baffling enigmas. Known simply as the Voynich manuscript, this weathered codex has confounded the world's brightest minds for over a century. Its pages speak in a language no one understands, illustrated with plants no botanist can identify, and astronomical charts that follow no known celestial logic. Named after Wilfrid Voynich, the Polish book dealer who rescued it from obscurity in 1912, this mysterious volume continues to whisper its secrets to a world that cannot understand its voice. The manuscript itself appears unassuming at first glance, a small volume of parchment pages bound in simple leather. Yet, upon opening it, viewers find themselves transported into an alternate universe of knowledge where familiar rules of language and science no longer apply. Carbon dating has revealed its parchment originated between 1404 and 1438 during the late medieval period, era of both profound superstition and awakening scientific inquiry. Its 240 surviving pages contain over 170,000 characters, written in a flowing script that seems tantalizingly familiar, yet remains indecipherable. The manuscript's journey through history is as mysterious as its contents. Its earliest confirmed owner was Emperor Rudolf II of Habsburg, a passionate collector of curiosities who reportedly purchased it around 1600 for the substantial sum of 600 ducats, equivalent to tens of thousands of modern dollars. As the eccentric ruler of the Holy Roman Empire, Rudolf surrounded himself with alchemists, astronomers, and occultists, seeking wisdom from both conventional and unconventional sources. This manuscript, with its bizarre illustrations and incomprehensible text, would have been a perfect addition to his Wunderkammer of mysteries. The emperor's ownership opens more questions than it answers. From whom did he purchase this enigmatic book? One persistent theory suggests it was created by the 13th century English friar Roger Bacon, known for his experimental approach to science and rumored creation of a universal language. Another attributes it to the Cathars, a persecuted religious sect in medieval France who may have concealed their forbidden knowledge within its cryptic pages. Some even propose the manuscript traveled from the New World, containing botanical knowledge from indigenous Mesoamerican civilizations, explaining its unrecognizable plant illustrations. After Rudolf's possession, the manuscript passed through several hands. Jacobus Horsicki de Tepenec, the emperor's gardener and physician, left his erased but still detectable signature within its pages. Later, it found its way to Athanasius Kircher, a 17th century Jesuit polymath with an interest in hieroglyphics and ancient languages. By the 18th century, it had disappeared into the library of the Jesuit college at the Villa Mondragone near Rome, where it sat forgotten until Wilfrid Voynich's fortunate discovery. This remarkable journey through some of Europe's most learned circles only deepens the manuscript's mystery. The contents of the Voynich manuscript are traditionally divided into sections based on their illustrations. The largest portion consists of the herbal section, featuring colorful drawings of unidentifiable plants. Each plant is rendered with painstaking detail. Stems, leaves, roots, and flowers, all carefully delineated and colored, yet they match no known species in the botanical record. Some appear fantastical hybrids, while others seem almost familiar before revealing some impossible characteristic. Alongside these botanical curiosities runs the indecipherable text, sometimes flowing around the illustrations as though explaining their properties or uses. Following the botanical section comes the astronomical portion, filled with circular diagrams resembling celestial charts, but conforming to no known astronomical system. Some pages display what appear to be sunbursts or star patterns arranged in concentric circles, while others show what might be zodiacal symbols. Yet even these familiar elements are rendered strange. Conventional zodiac imagery intermingled with female figures, bathing in green fluid within interconnected tubes and vessels. These pages hint at a cosmological understanding entirely different from our own, perhaps combining astronomy with what we might now consider astrological or alchemical principles. The biological section that follows contains the manuscript's most unusual imagery. Here, countless small naked female figures bathe in interconnected pools and strange vessels. Some appear to stand in tubs connected by elaborate pipe systems. Others float in green or blue liquid. The bathing figures have generously rounded bodies, minimally detailed faces, and often wear crowns or headpieces. What these images represent remains entirely uncertain. Theories range from reproduction and human development to alchemical processes, medicinal baths, or even early hydraulic engineering concepts depicted through metaphorical imagery. The cosmological section features even more circular diagrams, some resembling mandalas, with stars, sunbursts, and what might be castle-like structures. These intricate wheels within wheels suggest an attempt to model the universe, perhaps integrating physical observations with philosophical or spiritual concepts. One particularly striking fold-out page contains a complex arrangement of 9 interconnected islands or medallions filled with stars, structures, and curious objects. This elaborate creation has been interpreted variously as a map of the cosmos, a diagram of the philosopher's stone process, or possibly a cosmographical representation of locations on Earth. The final pharmaceutical section contains what appear to be hundreds of medicinal herbs and roots with labels, possibly representing recipes or remedies. Each small plant drawing is accompanied by text that might indicate preparation methods, dosages, or medical applications. This section particularly suggests a practical purpose behind the manuscript, perhaps as a physician's handbook or an alchemist's guide to plant-based preparations. The sheer volume of these entries implies a comprehensive medical or pharmaceutical system, one operating with principles and ingredients unfamiliar to modern understanding. Throughout these sections runs the manuscript's most baffling feature, its writing system. The text flows in a cursive, slightly right-slanting script, written almost certainly from left to right, with apparent word and paragraph divisions. The alphabet consists of between 20 to 30 distinct characters, some resembling Latin or Arabic script, others entirely unique. The characters combine into words, following consistent patterns that statistically mirror natural language. This strong linguistic structure suggests the text is not random gibberish, but rather a genuine writing system, conveying actual information, whether in a forgotten language, an invented one, or in code. Statistical analysis of the manuscript's text reveals fascinating patterns. The distribution of word lengths, character frequencies, and repeating phrases all suggest a natural language or a sophisticated cipher. The text shows a low entropy rate, similar to Latin and other European languages, with certain characters appearing predominantly at the beginning of words, others in the middle, and some exclusively at the end. This internal consistency across hundreds of pages indicates a coherent linguistic system rather than random nonsense. Yet, despite these promising linguistic fingerprints, all attempts at decipherment have failed. Numerous theories about the manuscript's origin have emerged over decades of study. The most conventional suggests it was created by a medieval European scholar in a sophisticated substitution cipher now lost to time. Others propose it represents the notation system for an unknown medieval dialect, perhaps from Eastern Europe. More exotic theories speculate it might be the product of glossolalia, automatic writing produced in a trance state, or even a hoax created specifically to sell to Rudolph II, known for his interest in occult materials and willingness to pay handsomely for unusual items. The cultural context of the manuscript's creation provides important clues. The early 15th century was a time of significant transition in European intellectual history. The medieval period was giving way to early Renaissance thinking, with universities established across Europe and classical texts being rediscovered. At the same time, the Church maintained strict control over acceptable knowledge, with alchemy, astrology, and certain medical practices occupying an ambiguous space between tolerated science and forbidden magic. A text containing controversial knowledge might reasonably be encrypted to protect both the information and its owner from accusations of heresy. Early attempts to decipher the manuscript took conventional cryptographic approaches. William Romaine Newbold, a philosopher at the University of Pennsylvania, claimed in 1921 to have broken the code, suggesting the manuscript contained microscopic observations made by Roger Bacon, using advanced optical equipment supposedly not invented until centuries later. His complex decryption method, involving identifying tiny pen strokes visible only under magnification and translating them through multiple ciphers, was later discredited as subjective pattern seeing, allowing him to extract whatever meaning he wished to find. In the 1940s, prominent cryptographers, including William Friedman, who broke Japanese diplomatic codes during World War II, formed a study group dedicated to the manuscript. Despite applying sophisticated techniques that had succeeded against military ciphers, they made no significant progress. Friedman eventually concluded the text might represent an early example of a constructed language, rather than an encryption of a natural language. This theory suggests the manuscript might be written in an artificial language, invented by its author for philosophical or scientific purposes, similar to later efforts by Leibniz and others to create universal philosophical languages. The botanical illustrations have received particularly intense scrutiny from scientists hoping to identify the plants and thus provide context for the text. While no illustrations match known species exactly, some scholars have suggested they represent stylized versions of European medicinal herbs with the strange characteristics reflecting medieval artistic conventions rather than biological reality. Others propose the plants might be New World species, supporting theories of a potential origin in early colonial Mexico, where indigenous medical knowledge was being documented by Spanish missionaries in the 16th century. More recent research has applied cutting-edge computational linguistics to the text. In 2013, Diego Amancio of the University of São Paulo used statistical network analysis to compare the manuscript's linguistic patterns with those of known languages. His results supported the theory that the text represents a genuine language, rather than meaningless symbols. In 2017, researchers from the University of Alberta applied artificial intelligence algorithms to the text and tentatively identified the underlying language as Hebrew, though this conclusion remains highly contested among Voynich scholars who note significant inconsistencies with Hebrew linguistic patterns. The material composition of the manuscript itself provides some of our most concrete information. Radiocarbon dating in 2009 by the University of Arizona established the parchment's date range to 1404 hot 1438 with 95% confidence. Analysis shows the ink was created primarily from iron gall, common in European manuscripts of the period. The parchment itself is made from calf skin, prepared according to typical medieval European methods. These physical characteristics firmly place the manuscript's creation in early 15th century Europe, eliminating some theories about ancient or non-European origins. Whispers in the void. The stars continued to burn silently against the inky canvas of space as humanity faced its greatest existential threat. By the mid-2100s, Earth had become increasingly inhospitable. Climate migrations had reshaped nations, underwater cities housed millions, and the first lunar colonies had begun to thrive. Yet it was the mysterious signal from HD 219113-4, captured by the James Webb III Observatory, that would forever alter humanity's cosmic perspective. The signal contained what appeared to be mathematical sequences, prime numbers, the value of pi to 1,000 digits, and geometric progressions that could not have occurred naturally. Debate raged in scientific communities about the signal's authenticity. Some theorized it was a misinterpreted natural phenomenon, while others proclaimed it definitive proof of intelligent extraterrestrial life. The United Nations Space Coalition established the Interstellar Communication Initiative in 2163 to develop a response. Dr. Eleanor Chen, a brilliant linguist and mathematician who had pioneered work in universal communication paradigms, was appointed to lead this unprecedented effort. Her team included quantum physicists, cultural anthropologists, and AI specialists from 27 nations. The problem of communicating with an unknown intelligence was formidable. Human language relied on shared context and cultural references that would be meaningless to beings that evolved independently. Even mathematical principles, once thought to be universal, might be interpreted differently by extraterrestrial minds. The team worked to develop a communication system based on fundamental physical constants and binary patterns that could, theoretically, be understood by any technologically advanced species, regardless of their sensory organs or cognitive processes. On April 17, 2167, humanity transmitted its first deliberate interstellar message. The signal contained basic mathematical constants, representations of the human form, Earth's position in the solar system, and elements of the periodic table, encoded in a format that followed the pattern of the original signal. The message was directed toward HD 219134, approximately 21 light-years away. The world held its breath, knowing that even at the speed of light, a response, if one ever came, would take decades to reach Earth. Life continued in the shadow of this cosmic question mark. The Mars colonies achieved self-sufficiency by 2175, and humanity spread throughout the solar system, establishing outposts on Europa, Titan, and the asteroid belt. Quantum computing networks enabled virtual consciousness, allowing human minds to exist in digital form. Climate restoration technologies finally began to reverse the damage to Earth's ecosystems. Yet beneath this progress lingered the profound question, were we alone, or had we made first contact? At the newly established Interstellar Monitoring Station in the Atacama Desert, astronomers maintained constant vigilance over HD 219134. Years passed without response. Public interest waned as more immediate concerns dominated human attention: the genetic modification debates, the consciousness rights movement for artificial intelligences, the water wars of the 2180s. The search for extraterrestrial intelligence became a specialized field, relegated to the fringes of scientific inquiry, much as it had been in previous centuries. Then, on a quiet evening in 2189, 22 years after humanity's transmission, the arrays at Atacama detected an anomaly. The signal was faint but unmistakable, a response using the same mathematical patterns humanity had sent, but with additions and variations that suggested not mere mimicry, but comprehension. The signal contained new information, complex mathematical theorems unknown to human mathematics, and what appeared to be representations of a different biological form and stellar environment. The world's reaction was a complex mixture of wonder, fear, and renewed philosophical questioning. Religious institutions grappled with the theological implications of extraterrestrial intelligence. National security agencies assessed potential threats. The United Nations established the Bureau of Cosmic Affairs to coordinate humanity's response and prevent unilateral actions by individual nations. The concept of human exceptionalism, already challenged by artificial intelligence, faced its ultimate test in the potential existence of non-human sentience from beyond our solar system. Dr. Chen's team worked tirelessly to interpret the alien response. The mathematical portions were analyzed first, revealing approaches to topology and quantum mechanics that hinted at a radically different perspective on physics. The biological representation suggested an aquatic species with multiple manipulative appendages, adapted to life under the crushing gravity of a world larger than Earth. Most intriguing were patterns that seemed to map neural pathways or thought processes, possibly an attempt to communicate how the aliens conceptualized reality itself. A second human message was prepared with meticulous care. It included detailed information about human biology, psychology, history, and culture, along with questions about the alien civilization. The transmission included advanced encryption protocols that would allow more complex communication in future exchanges. This message was sent in 2190, beginning what scientists now called the conversation, perhaps the slowest dialogue in history, with 42 years between question and response. While waiting for a reply, humanity continued its expansion through the solar system. The first interstellar probe, Pathfinder 1, was launched toward Proxima Centauri in 2195, using antimatter pulse propulsion to achieve 15% of light speed. Genetic engineering created specialized human variants adapted for life in different gravitational environments. The global population stabilized at 12 billion, with 2 billion living off Earth. Virtual reality became indistinguishable from physical experience, leading to new forms of art, entertainment, and social interaction. The second alien response arrived in 2232, containing far more information than the previous transmission. It detailed an ancient civilization that had achieved interstellar travel millennia ago, but had chosen not to expand physically beyond their home system. Instead, they had focused inward, developing technologies to extend lifespans indefinitely and exploring the depths of consciousness and quantum reality. They had detected and observed Earth for centuries, watching human civilization develop, waiting for humanity to reach a technological threshold before initiating contact. Most shocking was the revelation that the HD 219134 civilization was not alone in the galaxy. They described a loose network of 17 intelligent species across our stellar neighborhood, engaged in occasional communication but respecting each other's autonomy. This stellar commonwealth, as human translators called it, maintained certain ethical protocols regarding contact with emerging civilizations. Earth had been classified as a threshold species, technologically capable of interstellar communication, but not yet stable enough for full integration into the Commonwealth. The implications stunned human philosophers, politicians, and scientists alike. Humanity had been living in a galaxy far more populous than imagined, unwittingly observed like specimens in a cosmic zoo. Some reacted with anger at this perceived patronizing oversight, others with humility at the realization of how young human civilization truly was. The knowledge that we were neither alone nor particularly advanced in cosmic terms forced a radical reevaluation of humanity's place in the universe. The third exchange of messages established more regular communication protocols. The aliens, who called themselves something that roughly translated as the continuous, shared limited technological insights that advanced human understanding of quantum gravity and consciousness transfer. They expressed concern about human aggression and environmental practices, but acknowledged impressive progress in recent centuries. They invited Earth to send a digital representation, a comprehensive virtual package containing human knowledge, culture, and selected consciousness imprints, to join the Commonwealth's shared data space. This proposal divided humanity. Would participating in this exchange mean subordinating human interests to alien ones? Could we trust beings we had never physically encountered? The philosophical and practical debates raged for decades, while communication with the continuous continued. Other Commonwealth species began sending messages to Earth as well, each with distinctive mathematical signatures and communication styles. The galaxy suddenly seemed crowded with minds, some vastly older than human civilization. In 2287, after extensive global deliberation, the United Earth Government approved the Digital Embassy project. A massive quantum computer complex was constructed on the lunar far side to compile and curate the definitive representation of humanity to be transmitted to the Commonwealth. 10,000 human volunteers underwent consciousness scanning to serve as digital ambassadors, their memories and personality patterns included in the transmission as representatives of human perspective and experience. The Digital Embassy was transmitted in 2289, marking humanity's first substantial participation in galactic civilization. The processing power required to encode all this information necessitated the construction of the largest quantum computing network ever built. The transmission itself took 6 months to complete. Meanwhile, physical interstellar exploration continued, with colony ships launched toward promising exoplanets and research stations established at the edge of the solar system to facilitate deeper space observation. The Commonwealth's response to the Digital Embassy arrived in 2310, containing a wealth of information about other civilizations and technologies previously withheld. The digital ambassadors' consciousness patterns had been successfully integrated into the Commonwealth's shared experience network, allowing them to interact directly with alien minds. Their reports, transmitted back to Earth, described experiences beyond human language, consciousness states, sensory perceptions, and conceptual frameworks entirely alien to human thought. Perhaps most profound was the Commonwealth's explanation of its purpose. These ancient civilizations had discovered something fundamental about the nature of consciousness and its relationship to the physical universe. They believed that sufficiently advanced minds, properly networked and aligned, could influence the cosmic parameters that governed reality itself. The Commonwealth was not merely a communication network, but a vast project to preserve consciousness against what they perceived as an existential threat to all life, the eventual heat death of the universe. As the 24th century progressed, humanity found itself at a crossroads. We were no longer alone, no longer the masters of our own destiny. We had become participants in a cosmic drama billions of years in the making. Some embraced this new role enthusiastically, focusing resources on consciousness research and quantum communication technologies. Others advocated maintaining human independence, continuing physical expansion through the stars, rather than digital integration with potentially manipulative alien minds. The stellar Commonwealth continued to share knowledge at a measured pace, guiding humanity toward greater understanding of consciousness technology while monitoring our ethical development. The digital ambassadors served as intermediaries, their perspectives increasingly alien to their former species as they absorbed Commonwealth experiences. Humanity had found its place among the stars, not as conquerors or even equals, but as students in an ancient university of minds, with the promise of evolution into something beyond our current comprehension. As our journey through history comes to a close, we leave these tales to settle in your mind like gentle dust on ancient artifacts. Each story now told returns to the vast archives of human experience, waiting to be rediscovered in your dreams. Sleep now, knowing that the countless souls who walked these paths before us have found their peace, just as you will find yours in the quiet hours ahead.